Good afternoon. Today is Tuesday, July 1st, 2025. This is a regular meeting of the City of Marina City Council. Anita, can we please get a roll call?
Councilmember McAdams.
Here.
Councilmember McCarthy.
Here.
Councilmember Biala.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Vischer.
Here.
Mayor Delgado.
Okay, thank you. City Attorney, do we have any changes to the closed session agenda?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I have no changes to the closed session agenda.
Okay, thank you. Then we'll open it up to the,
May I make a
Yes, you-
comment about a recusal? Yeah?
yes.
Thank you. Okay. So just want to say that after discussion with the city attorney and out of abundance of caution, because I serve on the executive committee of the Ventana chapter of the Sierra Club, I will be recusing myself from the following agenda items. In closed session, item 4A1, the Sierra Club Inc. versus City of Marina, and in open session, which when open session, I'll make a small comment about it as well. But agenda item 10F3, adopting a resolution approving a waiver of potential conflict and consent to concurrent representation for the Sierra Club. Thank you.
Thank you,
Mayor Pro Tem.
Councilmember Biala. And then we'll open it up to public. Councilmember Biala.
I'm sorry, there was a second part to it. I need not recuse myself from open session agenda item 13B concerning Lock Padden Park, as that item involves council direction for the park in general, and the staff report only incidentally provides an update to the council concerning a potential amendment to a settlement agreement between the city and the Sierra Club. I understand that any amendment to that settlement agreement will come back to the council at a later date, and at that time, I will again consult the city attorney as to whether I need to recuse myself in that future agenda item. Thank you so much. Sorry about that.
Thank you, Councilmember Biala. Then we'll now open it up for public comments. Anyone in the room who would like to speak? And do we have anybody on Zoom? No? Okay, thank you. We will close public comments and we'll go into closed session. We will reconvene here in the council chambers at 6:30. Thank you.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
Okay, thank you everyone for being here tonight. I apologize for our very late start to open session. We started closed session at 5 p.m. and our practice is our city attorney, Renee Ortega, will summarize our closed session for us. Thank you, Renee.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. So councilmen in closed session and provided direction, but took no reportable action. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Okay,
And
so
may I go after him?
Councilmember Bayala?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In consultation with our city attorney, for the benefit of those who are not here when we opened the council meeting for closed session, I made a statement concerning my recusal from closed session item 4A1, which is Sierra Club Inc. versus City of Marina, and are the open session consent agenda item 10F3, which is adopting a resolution approving a waiver of potential conflict and consent to concurrent representation for the Sierra Club, but it is not a recusal for agenda item 13B concerning Lockpadden Park. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. At this time, let's please stand for a moment of silence. And then after that moment of silence, Barrett is going to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Barrett, for being a good sport. Okay, we have some wonderful presentations. The first one is to the Marina Falcons Chess Club. So if I could have Joseph and your some of your students, some of your chess member, come on up front. Okay, we have an amazing library with amazing activities going on, both hosted by the Friends of the Marine Library, a nonprofit that's, par excellence, and then the library staff itself does a lot. Come on over here in the middle. But there's one program that's just, it's rather unique, takes a lot of time, and it's implemented with class and a real sincere dedication by this gentleman, who we'll be hearing about in just a moment. So we'll get started here. This is a proclamation. The Marina Chess Club started September 24. It has 46 members, with the youngest being in second grade. Jeremiah, what grade are you in?
Going into 6.
Okay, he's one of the older ones. In collaboration with various organizations, YMCA, Carmel Foundation, CSUMB, Salinas Valley Community Church, Days and Nights of Monterey County, the Marina Chess Festival was held earlier at the Marina Library this month, or last month, June 7th. And it was the 38th consecutive monthly tournament that is put on by the Chess Club. Friends of Marina Library sponsors the Chess Falcons, and staff of the Marina Library is extremely supportive of the Falcons by ensuring access to the facilities of the library for tournaments and weekly chess sessions. Chess is important for several reasons, including its ability to enhance cognitive skills, promote social development, intellectual stimulation, fostering critical thinking, problem solving, decision making, while also teaching patience, concentration, and emotional regulation. That's a new one. It's a safe space for our youth to play chess, a positive competitive environment where our members learn to win with grace and lose with dignity, a place that encourages sportsmanship, friendship, a place of conflict on the chessboard where difficult situations can be experienced in an abstract manner and players learn life lessons that will serve them on and off the chessboard. So be it resolved, the Marina City Council recognizes the Marina Chess Falcons as important for our quality of life and the social fabric of our community. And none of this would be possible without Joseph. So I wanted to give him a round of applause and turn the mic over to Joseph.
Thank you, Mayor Bruce and council for this recognition. And I'd like to shout out to Dana, president of the Friends of the Marina Library, who really made all of this possible. She sponsors the Friends are very supportive of us, and the staff of the library is always there to make sure we have facilities and anything that we. So I'd like to introduce some of our members. About half of our membership is from Marina, and I invited these three Marina residents to come join me tonight. Allie is one of our co-presidents of the club. She's going into 9th grade. Barrett is in 7th grade, and Jeremiah is in 6th grade. There are three of about 20 of our regular players that come each week of a pool of about 45 members total. So I'd also like to mention that Marina is becoming a chess mecca in Central California. In January, the library hosted the first annual Marina Open. And as you mentioned, in June, we had the first chess festival, the Marina Chess Festival. And we expect it'll be a recurring event. So thank you all.
We love to put everyone on the spot. So I'm going to give each of you a chance to say, why do you like the chess club?
I really enjoy the chess club because I've made a lot of friends and I've had a lot of opportunities to lead, with Coach Joe giving me the opportunity to lead the chess club as a president.
I like this chess club basically, mostly just because you're not only getting taught by the teacher himself, Joe, but also by the other students in the class, teaching you new moves.
I like this chess club because you get to learn from basically everybody and even learn from yourself a bit.
All right. Thank you, everyone. So now we'll take a picture, and Joseph, if you get on the other side, I'll be on this side, and then everyone move to the center a little bit toward me. And then Barrett, you and your friend can hold that.
Dan is the mom of Jeremiah. Dan and Angie are the grandparents of Barrett. Did you have any family here, Richie?
If you want to be on the email list for the chess club, you will almost be moved to tears every week, because Joseph sends out an update of that week's events. And it's a really detailed update with lots of photos. And you can all have the sense when you see each one of these week's emails, important this is a program for the kids in it, their families. So contact the Friends of Marina Library if you want to be on the email list for this chess club. It's really an amazing initiative. Okay, we're going to move on. Tough act to follow, but so a very important proclamation for National Parks and Recreation Month. And it's going to be read to us by our City Council member, Brian McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank
I'm
you,
going to
Brian.
do some speed reading here because I know we have a long night ahead, but this is a proclamation for National Parks and Recreation Month. Whereas Parks and Recreation is a vital part of the city of Marina, enriching the lives of all residents through diverse and inclusive programs, accessible parks, and cultural services that promote community health, engagement, and environmental stewardship. And whereas the city of Marina's Recreation and Cultural Services Department supports physical and mental health through programs and spaces that encourage outdoor activity, wellness education, social connection for individuals and families of all ages and abilities. And whereas the department offers youth enrichment, after school and summer programs, senior services, cultural celebrations, and recreational events that foster lifelong learning, resilience, and a strong sense of belonging in our community. And whereas Parks and Recreation in Marina play a key role in supporting equity and access by maintaining inclusive facilities such as all ability playgrounds, public art installations, diverse cultural programs that reflect the rich history and diversity of our city. And whereas recreation and cultural services contribute to Marina's economic vitality by supporting tourism, job creation, business attraction, and enhancing quality of life for residents and visitors. Whereas Marina parks and open spaces protect our coastal and natural resources and serve as living classrooms for environmental education, sustainability practices, and community stewardship. Almost done. And whereas the U.S. House of Representatives has designated July as Parks and Recreation Month, encouraging communities nationwide to recognize the essential services and opportunities provided by their local parks and recreation agencies, the City of Marina proudly acknowledges the dedication of its Rec and Cultural Services Department staff, volunteers, and community partners who enhance the well-being of Marina through outstanding programs, services, and facilities. Now, therefore, on behalf of the City of Marina Council, we do hereby proclaim July 2025 as Parks and Rec Month in the City of Marina and encourage all residents to explore and enjoy our parks, cultural programs, and recreational services throughout the month and year-round. Dated this day, first day of July 2025.
All right. And we have lots of people who find this to be real supportive of what they do every day. They work really hard. So I'd like to ask everyone from the recreation staff and anyone in the audience that is part of this recreational push in the City of Marina to come on up. We're going to take some pictures. And of course, Brian and the City Council, please join us.
And I see that maybe
I just want to point out that this year's national theme is Build Together, Play Together, which is especially meaningful for Marina as we grow and we're building all-inclusive playgrounds and more parks and recreation facilities. It reflects the spirit of collaboration and connection that defines our city and reminds us that as we build, we're also creating spaces for joy, wellness, and belonging. We're excited to celebrate the 40th year of Parks and Recreation Month and National Recreation and Park Association's 60th year anniversary. Thank you.
thank you.
All right. So we've gone down this path. Let's open it up to Amanda, who also, Drea is amazing and Amanda is amazing. Whatever you'd like to say, Amanda.
Oh,
And speak for your husband as well.
Oh.
Because he does a lot of volunteering for our recreation in Marina.
He does. I definitely drag him to all the events. So I'm just here to talk about 4th of July. So we have coming up this Friday, July 4th, block party, live music, food trucks, kids zone, all the fun stuff, all the fun red, white, and blue, patriotic. So love to have you all there. Yeah.
And if Drea looks any different today than she did yesterday, that's because today is the first day that she has a lot more responsibility on her shoulders because her boss retired yesterday, which means she's the boss.
Can our staff come up and be recognized? Awesome.
And if you could, introduce them.
So right here is Donna. Donna's our recreation instructor for marketing and social media. And then Tila. Tila's
Hi,
our
Tila.
youth center recreation specialist, and she also runs the summer camp. And then we have Miss Carolina, our admin master.
For how many years?
All the time.
Caroline, how many years have you been here?
I think 24. I was 10.
And then I don't want to forget Miss Bella. She's one of our recreation instructors who's also working the youth summer camp.
And
We're very grateful for all of our staff. They are the foundation and the rock of our community.
And let's give a shout out to those who aren't here, Araceli and Ron Powell.
Yes, Araceli. Ron's in Europe. Miss Araceli, and we have a lot of part-time staff, Miss Monica, Emilio, Tavon, Italy, a lot of staff. So
Great.
we adore them and we're grateful for all of them and all of our volunteers as well.
All right. Ditto.
Thank you.
Okay, let's do a photo up front.
Oh, and also Mayor, the chair of the Recreation and Cultural Services Commission, Miss Lisa, is here too. So I just wanted to acknowledge her. And,
Lisa.
you know.
Okay, come on up, Lisa, and join us for a photo. Okay, if you haven't heard of FORTAG, Fort Ord Recreational Trail and Greenways, it's an incredible program. We're going to hear about it now from Danica, who's with Transportation Agency of Monterey County, a countywide organization in charge of transportation networks around the county. Thank you, Danica, for being here.
Thank you, Mayor Delgado and council members. Thank you for having me. My name is Danica Strauss. I'm an associate transportation planner with the Transportation Agency for Monterey County. And I am also the project manager of the Fort Ord Regional Trail and Greenway California Avenue segment. So there should be a PowerPoint. Great. All right, you can go to the next slide. So the Transportation Agency partners with the City of Marina on this project, and GHD is our lead design consultant. Next slide. So I'll start with an overall program overview of FORTAG. We'll talk about the segments that are currently in design in the City of Marina, go over the project timeline, community outreach that has been conducted so far, sensitive species that are within the project area, the trail design, wayfinding plan, and then we'll talk about next steps and I can answer any questions. Next slide. So this is a map of the FORTAG vision, which is a 28-mile regional trail network through Marina, CSUMB, Seaside, and Delray Oaks. So down in Delray Oaks, there is an orange segment highlighted, and that is called the Canyon Del Rey segment, and that is currently in construction. And then there are two segments in the City of Marina, the California Avenue segment and the Jerry Smith Trailhead segment that are both currently in design. Next slide. So this is the map, a map of the two segments that are in design. The California Avenue segment is the the more orangey of the two here. It starts up at Patton Parkway on the west side of California Avenue. At Imgen Parkway, it will cross over to the east side of Fifth Avenue in front of the Equestrian Center. At 8th Street, it will head northeast through open space and then cross at Imgen Road, where it will connect to the future Jerry Smith Trailhead segment. Next slide. So work on the California Avenue segment began in September, and we are currently in design. And while we're finalizing design, we are also conducting community outreach. We are on target to bid and award construction by April 2026 and begin construction by June with a target completion of construction by June 2027. This project has over 10 years of community outreach. The FORTAG founders first conceived the concept in 2013. TAMC began, in 2016, voters approved Measure X, which included $20 million over 30 years for the FORTAG project. TAMC began environmental review of the whole network in 2017, and the final EIR and master agreement was approved in 2020. The master agreement, which was signed by the City of Marina in April 2020, establishes that TAMC will plan, design, fund, and build the FORTAG segments, and the city will accept ownership and enforce mitigation measures after the segment is constructed. The city will also provide maintenance, and both parties will enter into a supplemental agreement. So in 2023, TAMC won an $8.4 million grant from the State Active Transportation Program to design and build the California Avenue segment, and $7.1 million from the Federal Lands Access Program to build the Jerry Smith Trailhead segment. In 2024, TAMC completed the design of the Canyon Del Rey segment and began construction. And this year, we are continuing the design of the two marina segments, finalizing construction of the Canyon Del Rey segment, and then continuing to look for funding opportunities to fund and build other segments of the FORTAG network. Next slide. TAMC staff provided 3 opportunities for community engagement. We presented to the TAMC Bicycle and Pedestrian Committee in January of this year. In May and June, we hosted 2 community meetings, one at Crumpton Elementary School and the other at the Equestrian Center. We notified members of the community about these meetings through outreach to specific stakeholder groups, such as the Dunes and Sea Haven HOAs, postcards to every residence in the city, flyers at key destinations around town, and social media posts. We heard overwhelming support for this project and a lot of excitement and appreciation that the trail was being built. Next slide. The California Avenue segment includes several rare plants within the project area. Monterey gilia is a federally protected species, and we've submitted an incidental take permit with the California Department of Fish and Wildlife to establish a habitat mitigation plan. The alignment for this segment of the trail is significantly constrained due to the known occurrences of this gilia. And our design team worked really hard to find an alignment that was direct, ADA accessible, scenic, and avoided environmental impacts as much as possible. Next slide. The trail will be 10 feet wide, paved, and ADA accessible with a 2-foot shoulder on either side. Along California Avenue in front of the Equestrian Center, there will be at minimum a 3-foot buffer between the road and the trail. We will provide safe trail crossings at Patton Parkway, 8th Street, and Imgen Road with bright bike crossings and rapid flashing beacons. A protected intersection at Imgen Parkway and California Avenue is a developer-led project, but our design team is working to ensure that trail users will be able to safely and comfortably cross the road. Next slide. These are examples of signs from the FORTAG wayfinding plan. They will include destination signs, a pedestrian kiosk with a map of the network, post markers, and seat markers on benches throughout the segment. This signage will be consistent along all of the FORTAG segments. And in addition to the wayfinding signage, there will be 4 resting nodes along the California Avenue segment with benches, trash receptacles, water refill stations, and bike racks. Next slide. So this fall, we'll come back to council and ask for approval on the environmental mitigation area, the habitat mitigation plan, and a supplemental agreement. The supplemental agreement will define the final alignment, confirm the city's ownership after construction, and will define the city's responsibility for mitigation measures, including maintenance such as trash collection and sign replacement. In the fall of 2027, after the trail is constructed, we will ask for formal adoption of the trail by the city. So I believe that concludes my presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Yannicka. Very exciting. Let's open it up to any questions council might have. Yannicka, my first question is, are you here in part to make sure that our council is aware and supports the project for its needs of mitigation, land for Sangillia impacts that this project may have on Sangillia?
Yeah, so like I mentioned, we will be coming back hopefully in the fall of this year asking for approval of our mitigation plan. And so this is, one step to kind of introduce the project ahead of that meeting.
Okay, so it's been so much time in the making that you wouldn't want it to go sideways because the council realizes after tonight that it's going to take some land to mitigate for the project that would no longer be available for other projects. So you want to make sure before you move ahead that you sort of have a consensus that we're on board with all of the necessities. Okay, let's go to Mayor Pro Tem Fisher.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. No questions. I just wanted to thank you, of course, but I would like to thank all the decision makers and planners that have gone before us to come up with such a plan, to have such a trail system. And we are just fortunate to be on a council now that we can see this happening. So my thanks to people who might not be in the room or on Zoom, or who might be, but I think it's an awesome plan for pedestrians and bicycles to create a safe route in a very large area. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a quick question. So do you already have an idea of that there is spine flower and Sangillia out in this? Okay,
Yes.
so you already kind of know what kind of acreage we're looking at for.
We don't actually know the acreage yet. We've submitted the first essentially draft. It's not really draft, but it's the first step in the incidental take permit process. And so we're working with CDFW right now to come up with that that ratio of
It's a
land.
tough job. We run into this constantly when for any development in Marina. And just a real quick question on this map where you have you said the lighter orange.
Yeah.
There's a little kind of thing going up. Like why is that there?
That goes to 9th Street. I think you're talking
No,
about that.
there's a little like thing and it goes up and
Where it crosses through the open space.
I think it's where it's going toward the equestrian center to the north.
oh, but you have a little jaunt that digresses from the main road.
That
Yes.
connects to 9th Street.
Yes, it connects to
Oh,
9th
it's just
Street. It's a
connection.
connection.
Ah, I
Yes.
see.
Because
Okay,
there's
great.
an existing trail on 9th Street that would connect you to the Monterey Bay Rec Trail.
Right.
So we wanted to connect people.
I see.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, great. Okay. Thank you.
Just one example, small example of how excruciatingly detailed and well thought out this whole thing is.
Yes.
And good point that there are people behind this, that two architects who are not with us tonight, professors, Dr. Scott Walsh and Dr. Fred Watson, were able to provide TAMC with something that TAMC has. Scott's here. Scott, can you stand up, please? One of the two architects who's been working really hard for 8 years, Scott? 12 years, sorry. 12 years. And they've had over 150 meetings with different constituents trying to get everybody to say yes by modifying this plan. So everyone who owns land under which this goes would say yes, because there was lots of concerns by all the landowners that have to be part of this. I especially want to note that California Avenue segment, especially south of Engine Parkway, is a mess if you're a cyclist or a pedestrian. And then especially south of 9th Street, there is no shoulder, it's really scary. And we've heard about that when we were going through the sand mine controversy, how scary that road is. It no longer will be once this is built. My final question is, I know it's in this document, but it was such a fast presentation and detailed that I want to ask, when do you plan to start and finish construction, ballpark figure, because you probably don't know exactly, on that piece that starts where this one ends, which is about to be constructed, and goes all the way over to the East Campus housing.
The Jerry Smith Trailhead segment,
Yeah.
that other segment,
Yeah.
when will that begin construction? That is a bit of a moving target. It was slated to begin in June 2027. I think that's being pushed back a bit, but I don't know how far it's being pushed back. I can get back to you
Okay.
on that segment.
And is that related to federal funding uncertainty or other uncertainties?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much, Janica.
You're welcome.
Really
Thank
appreciate
you.
everything you're doing.
Yes, thanks.
Okay, the next America Got Talent presentation is going to be on the Dunes 8th Street Roundabout presentation.
Good
Hi.
evening, Mayor, council members. I'm super grateful to be here tonight. I'm Bianca Koenig with BEK Collective and excited to share the progress on our design for the Dunes Roundabout, where 8th Street and 9th Street converge at the entrance to the VA facility. Based on this specific location, the team addressed several ideas for honoring the history of Fort Ord and our veterans. During the design process, we studied the role of the drill sergeant, as well as the possibility of flags and statues. But at the same time, we wanted to be aware of safety, and we wanted to make sure that whatever would occur in the roundabout would not be too enticing that people would want to cross into traffic to get there. So it needed to be a way of providing meaning and respect, but something that could be observed from afar across the street. We went through multiple meetings with city staff, Shea Homes, and Veterans Transition Center members. We found consensus through 3 material forms and types. The existing roundabout has the loose cobble dry creek feature that is similar to the image on the right. And the central image is an example of the height and light interest that we wanted to see in the roundabout. And what we call a gabion wall, that image on the right, was a simple and architectural way to utilize the loose cobble material. So through the process, after many different iterations, we were posed with the design challenge of creating 4 pillars, one for each major conflict and representing the number of people deployed. At first glance, the idea seemed simple and straightforward. It didn't feel like enough at first, but when we dug deeper into it, a strong and powerful pattern quickly emerged. The results it really shook me. What does this story tell? Within about 50 years, the methods of war had changed dramatically, from boots on the ground to chemical to light fighter, and resulting in the closure of Fort Ord. Perhaps one day we could say it's from swords to plowshares. What we do know is that the technology of how wars are fought will continue to change. But our values and purpose should be steadfast. Looking back at the contributions and the history of Fort Ord, we found this quote by President Barack Obama upon its designation. This national monument will not only protect one of the crown jewels of California's coast, but will also honor the heroism and dedication of men and women who served our nation and fought in the major conflicts of the 20th century. Often we remember our service members for their heroism and dedication. But what does that mean? It means courage, integrity, and selfless service. It means acting with unwavering determination and fearlessness, even in the most challenging environments. With this understanding, we had our inspiration for the design and form. Working with the existing roundabout and the loose cobbles in our dry creek, we represent the civilians. And through the timeline of Fort Ord, they're trained and shaped into soldiers ready for combat. That's where our wall begins and the timeline of Fort Ord as it travels steadfast through the uneven terrain. We pause. With a break in the wall, it represents two things. One, the length of a year on our timeline, and two, the sacrifice of our courageous men and women. Then, symbolizing the end of each conflict, the wall rises up slightly and is marked by a lighted pillar. This sequence is repeated for the 4 major conflicts within the Fort Ord timeline: World War II, the Korean War, the Vietnam War, and Operation Desert Storm. At the end of our timeline and representing the closure of Fort Ord, our wall has become one with the natural terrain and the dynamic plantings representing the crown jewel of the California coast. From a bird's eye view, looking towards the north, you can see the design concept and the components where we work with the loose cobble on the right, formed into the wall, our pause and break, and each lighted pillar as it becomes one with the earth. We have additional views looking from the linear park towards the north. This is actually a possible location to install an interpretive signage to help describe the installation. Additional views looking from 9th Street. Wait, I don't remember two slideshows. Thanks. From the linear park looking south. From the exit of the VA facility. And from 8th Street heading east. We also have some night view renderings showing lighting on the pillars, the low wall, and the feature trees. For the custom lighted pillars, these are our preliminary concepts that might include each of the units that were deployed for each of the major conflicts. Out of Core 10 steel. We've also identified some trees from nearby the project site as potential candidates for relocation, so we might achieve the design intent both in the short and long term. Thank you for the opportunity to share our design for the visually displaying the rich and long history of military service in Marina. Our next step in the process will be to develop detailed drawings for construction. Thank you.
Wonderful presentation. Good work, Bianca. Let's go to Councilmember McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor. Bianca, I hope the end result is really reflective of your images because it's absolutely stunning. Great work, and thank you for doing that. I want to be very intentional about not making any kind of like design, not only because it doesn't need it, but just because I don't know that it benefits the process. But I do want to make some comments about the charts reflecting the kind of downward trend of warfighters over time. And in particular, your representation of civilians, which I didn't quite understand until just now, seems like it's kind of representing a civilian workforce that is going to become a warfighter. But when I saw it, I thought of all of the civilians, not only that are killed during war, that never wanted to be involved in war fighting, But also as warfighters became less and less deployable, part of the reason for that is because the US government was using civilians to be in the place of those warfighters. And that started happening in Vietnam when civilians did a lot of the logistics work. And then it continued in Iraq when actually civilians outnumbered the warfighter at many times throughout that campaign. I was one of them. I lived in Iraq for 2 years. And, you know, the government got their money's worth for me because I was injured and there's no VA coverage for people like me. And so when I see that cobblestone, I really think of civilians in a number of different capacities. One, the ones that were unintentionally involved in war, the families that were hit by ordinances. You know, you see that happening even in today's world. And then also the people like me who went to support the warfighter, but we're not technically warfighters, and we're still kind of, you know, leaving their homes to you know, defend their country in that sense. So again, beautiful work. Really looking forward to seeing this go up, and thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Brian. Councilmember Biala?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As always, Bianca, every time I see anything that you've designed, I am so emotionally moved. It's just so poetic for me. So thank you once again. It is just stunning work. I want to just say that during the daytime, the pictures look like beacons of light, you know, and the four of them representing, you know, the four wars. And then at night, what really got me is I almost see it as like solemn gravestones, and so it brought all that sort of emotionality. It was fabulous. Now you have spent so much time, as you usually do, kind of thinking about the symbolism and the history and all of that. This is in the middle of a roundabout, so people won't know, they won't be able to know what those pillars mean. And is there some way that, you know, on a safe place that we can explain what people are seeing? Because this is such an amazing piece. It's a work of art in the roundabout. So I'd like some explanation of it.
Thank you. Yes, there is an opportunity along the linear park that runs north-south as you can walk towards the roundabout. There is a location where the walk terminates facing the roundabout where we are considering an interpretive sign.
Good. Thank you. This is really important, I think. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Kathy. Mayor Pro Tem Vischer?
Yes, thank you very much, Bianca. I've said it before. Anytime I know you design something, it will be good. And you, again, don't disappoint. And of course, I do have some remarks, as wouldn't be me. With my OCD, I wish we were in England, where the roundabouts travel clockwise, because then we would follow the timeline. Now we're going against the timeline, but I'll just consider it going back in time. So you don't have to flip it. And then for our public works department, especially maintenance, of course, there will be metal parts, and anything that can corrode in Marina will corrode. So of course, we want to keep this beautiful. And one more thing, I know there have to be traffic signs for the roundabouts. And I hope that I know our engineering department is limited to where they need to be and how tall and wide and everything. But I hope that those can be placed together with you to decide where is the least, where they have to be, but that we can still enjoy this beautiful design. So thank you. Yeah, and I agree with all the previous speakers, and thank you, Councilmember McCarthy, for telling about your experience. Thank you.
Thanks, Elizabeth. We have a vehicle replacement reserve fund. So when we buy a fire truck, we start putting money in every year for the life of that fire truck. So when it comes time to replace it, we've got it. We don't have a park maintenance reserve fund, but I think we can talk about that in the future. For tonight, this roundabout simulations are beautiful, and they show green grass and well-maintained, well-manicured plants. And so I'm wondering if it's part of your normal process, or if you've already done it, could do a maintenance plan to account for gophers, squirrels, maybe castor oil in the irrigation water, if there's going to be irrigation, how much the irrigation costs, and a maintenance plan to keep all of that on an annual basis appropriately visited by our public works staff, if indeed we're going to take over the maintenance. And so is it true that the city would be responsible for maintenance?
I apologize. I don't have the answer to that question on the maintenance. Okay.
I believe it's part of the Dune CFD, but we'll double check on that.
Okay. All right. So whoever's in charge, it would be nice to make sure that it won't go the way of Second Avenue, which is city responsibility. It was given to us in beautiful shape, but we didn't have the money or the staff, maybe not even the training to keep it the way it was new. And so I hope whoever does this has the money in plan and the training and personnel on a yearly basis to replace the plants that are sickly and do everything else to keep it looking as beautiful as the simulation. That's been our city challenge. And if this is a CVD, Community Facilities District funded maintenance, it could still be a challenge if there's not enough money in the CFD funds, or if there's not enough priority given to this beautiful piece. The suggestion by Councilmember Biala to interpret it off-site where it's safe, and you mentioned Linear Park nearby, which is a great place. I'm wondering if there could also be discussion with the VA clinic to have a board inside, outside the lobby to say, when you exit, when you arrive, you're going to drive by this, veteran honoring, amenity here. Is that possible, Lane, or is the VA so federal that you just don't move any mountains to get anything done
On their property,
inside their building?
that would be a lot more challenging.
Act of Congress almost. Okay. So maybe we can talk to their administrator and find out if it's a total no-go or if it might just take years of moving up the chain, but it would be worth it if in the end we had it. I'm really happy to see the trees located. We cut down a lot of trees without relocating them, and I always love it to see this relocation. That's all. Thank you so much. And we have a couple more. Let's go back to Councilmember Biala.
Yeah, I just want to echo, Mr. Mayor, your idea of getting it a plaque or something in the actual VA. And maybe we can use our federal representatives like Jimmy Panetta or something to help us with that. But I just wanted to say that in looking at the 4 pillars, 3 of them are the reasons why Marina has such a large Asian population. So I just want to make note of that, beginning with World War II and the Japanese brides that came here, and then followed by the Korean War. So we have a lot of Korean population, and then the last is the Vietnam War. So I think that is part of Marina's history. That is part of our Fort Ord history. So thank you.
Thanks, Kathy. Let's go to Mayor Pro Tem Vischer.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, what wouldn't take an act of Congress is we will have a aquatic and sports center very close by with wall space and space for interpretive science. And this is the moment to leave that in because they're designing now. Yeah.
Is that part of your motion tonight for the aquatic center? Okay. Thank you again, Bianca. Really appreciate that. And we have Doug McArdle online. Doug, you had some input on what you've heard tonight?
Yeah, good evening. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, loud and clear.
All right. Well, thank you, everyone, for your consideration on the traffic circle. I agree. Bianca's done an amazing job. She's been a pleasure to work with throughout this process. And I just wanted to chime in relative to the maintenance. And I can confirm that this is under the HOA maintenance. This traffic circle will be under the HOA maintenance. So yes, we've taken that into consideration.
So Doug, do you expect there'll be a specific plan to try our best to ensure, annual appropriate maintenance?
Absolutely. Be more so than annual. I think it'll be on regular routine maintenance.
All right, Doug. Thank you so much for supporting this project and Bianca's efforts.
Yeah, thank you all.
Okay. Have a safe trip home if you're traveling. And thank you very much for coming down. The last in the hit parade is Sophia from Central Coast Community Energy, 3CE, to give us a 2025 annual update. Thank you, Sophia, for being here.
Thank you so much. I'm excited to be here. And while I wait for our slides to get pulled up, I'll just start by saying hello, Mayor Delgado and council members. Thank you so much for the opportunity to provide an update on behalf of Central Coast Community Energy. My name is Sophia Schwartzky, and I serve as the Community Relations Manager for the Northern region of Central Coast Community Energy. I'm here to share highlights about 3CE's recent activities, programs, and ongoing efforts to support your community. And before I begin, I'd like to thank Mayor Delgado and the City Manager Long for serving on our policy and operations boards. Your leadership and involvement are greatly appreciated. As you may know, 3CE is the public agency that sources energy for the Central Coast. We work in partnership with PG&E, who manages the transmission and delivery of that energy to your homes and businesses. 3CE serves 30 cities and the counties of Monterey, Santa Cruz, San Benito, San Luis Obispo, and Santa Barbara. Today, 3CE provides clean and renewable energy to 1.2 million people, which is about 94% of eligible customers. 3CE is working to deliver 100% clean energy to our customers. Last year, we delivered 409 megawatts of renewable energy. And just to add some context, that's enough to power more than 350,000 homes. By doing so, we avoided over 445,000 metric tons of carbon dioxide emissions, which is equivalent to taking 105,000 gas-powered cars off the road for an entire year. By October of 2028, renewable energy is projected to supply 64% of 3CE's total load, putting us well ahead of state requirements and bringing us closer to a carbon-free future. Over the next few slides, I will briefly highlight why battery storage plays such a critical role in our state's transition to a carbon-free future. Battery storage is essential for California's clean energy transition, and just as importantly, to customer affordability. Batteries capture renewable energy when the sun is shining and the wind is blowing, then release it when demand is high and wind and solar power may not be available. At the utility scale, they reduce fossil fuel reliance during peak hours, lowering electricity rates. For customers at the residential level, home batteries provide backup power and store cheap renewable energy for use during expensive peak hours. So I'd like to take a real-world example to illustrate the value of battery storage. You might remember Labor Day weekend of 2022, when California issued its most recent Flex Alert, which is a statewide call to reduce energy use during a major heat wave. So it's likely that you had a text message pop up on your phone reminding you to reduce your energy usage. The graph you see here shows the statewide energy mix from that day. The red area represents fossil fuels, which, as you can see, made up the largest portion. The green shows renewable resources like solar and wind, which peak during the day and then drop off sharply at sunset. Now take a look at the very thin orange lines. You'll see them at the bottom and the top of the screen. They are a bit hard to see. At the bottom, this is batteries charging during daylight hours. And the orange at the top are those same batteries discharging energy back into the grid when it's most needed. Now, I want to take a look at a more recent heat wave our state experienced. On July 4th of last year, despite another period of extremely high energy demand, there was no need for a Flex Alert to avoid blackouts. Again, this graph tells the story. The green bar represents renewable energy, and it grew taller as more solar resources came online. The red bar, representing fossil fuels, became smaller. But most importantly, the orange battery bar more than tripled. This means that more batteries charged during the day and discharged power during peak evening hours, providing critical support when our state needed it the most. And again, we did not need a flex alert in order to prevent rolling blackouts during this heat event. Now, we are often asked if battery systems are safe, especially after the fire at Vistra's Moss Landing facility in Monterey County. So to start, I want to say that none of the batteries that 3CE invests in are located indoors like the Moss Landing facility was. All of our investments are in containerized units with built-in fire suppression systems. The Moss Landing incident involved an older battery chemistry called nickel manganese cobalt. And today, most new systems use lithium iron phosphate, which is far more stable and significantly less likely to catch fire. And this chart here I have for you highlights that since 2018, battery fires have dropped by 98%, and that's despite a 25,000% increase in installation. So now that I've covered the role battery storage has in California's clean energy transition, I'd like to highlight some of the projects that 3CE is currently invested in. I want to start with the Willow Rock Energy Storage Center, which will use compressed air to power turbines on demand. And this will be the largest compressed air energy project in the world once it comes online. And once completed, it will provide 200 megawatts of power to 3CE's customers alone. The next project I'd like to highlight is Atlas Solar, which is currently under development. Atlas Solar is one of the largest solar plus storage projects in North America, and it will provide 150 megawatts of clean energy to 3CE's customers. Also under construction is the Aratina Solar Plus Storage Project, which will deliver 120 megawatts of clean, renewable energy to 3CE customers. And finally, I'd like to highlight a project that 3CE invested in that recently came online, and that is the Victory Pass Solar Plus Storage Project. So this project combines solar generation with battery storage to provide reliable, renewable power day or night. For this project, out of the total output, 100 megawatts are dedicated to 3CE customers, which is enough to power 68,000 homes with clean, renewable energy. But delivering renewable power is only a part of 3CE's mission. Equally important is connecting with the communities we serve. In 2024, our outreach team was active across the region, sponsoring local events, hosting webinars, and leading workshops to raise awareness and inform our energy programs. To better meet the needs of our diverse communities, 3CE has hired additional bilingual staff, expanded our translated materials, and developed an action plan focused on serving underserved community members. We've also strengthened our partnerships with community-based organizations, and our customer service line now offers support in more than 150 languages. 3CE's energy programs give customers the tools to accelerate electrification, increase renewable energy, and save money. Our flagship program is the Electrify Your Ride program, which offers up to $4,000 towards the purchase of a qualifying new or used electric vehicle. Other programs help cover the cost of switching to electric home appliances and installing home battery systems, as well as provide targeted support for the agricultural sector. Together, these initiatives are helping households, businesses, and farms transition to a cleaner, more sustainable energy future. 3CE also offers programs for member agencies like the City of Marina to support electrifying your fleet vehicles and installing EV chargers. These initiatives include rebates that help offset the cost of replacing fleet vehicles and funding for electrification planning and infrastructure development. We also have a REACH codes program that supports local efforts by offering technical assistance to city staff as they create and implement energy efficiency standards. And this year alone, we have over $300,000 available to the city of Marina through 3CE to support your city's clean energy and sustainability goals. Since we started in 2018, nearly 7,000 customers have benefited from 3CE's program, and we've put more than $11 million directly back into our community. Over $4 million of that support went directly to underserved community members. So this slide shows how your city has taken advantage of 3CE's programs to date. Your community has received more than $553,000 through our Plan Your Fleet, Ag Electrification, Electrify Your Home, Electrify Your Ride, and new construction electrification programs. And just for the sake of comparison, I wanted to show you that Seaside has received about $521,000 in funding through 3CE. So that's about all I have for you today. If you have any questions, I have shared my contact information on the slide there, and I invite you to reach out to me directly. I do also want to flag that the City of Marina has an account manager. Her name is Colleen Courtney. She wasn't able to join us today, but I'd love to get her in touch with city staff so she can go over all of the programs that 3CE has available for your city. Thank you again so much for your time this evening, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
All right. Thank you so much, Sophia. Let's go to Councilmember McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Sophia, for being here. I really love what 3CE is doing and providing community choice. I think it's really important. But I do have a few tough questions if you're ready for them. This is really timely because I just received an email from you, 3CE, this morning talking about average bills compared to PG&E. Several years ago when 3CE came online, they were promising to always be 10% below PG&E. The most current comparison is 158.29 cents for PG&E, 158.23 cents for 3CE. So a whole 6 cents a month doesn't really help the residents that I represent that are, maybe making just enough money not to qualify for some of the subsidies, but are paying the highest electricity prices in the United States. And so I just kind of want to make those comments again. Really appreciate what you're doing. I'd love to see 3CE kind of go back to the table and find some ways to really help out some of those middle income folks that are frankly tired of paying $300 and $400 electric bills every month, while our friends in Florida are paying $60 and running air conditioning all the time. So I have a lot of other thoughts about battery storage. I'll save those for maybe an offline discussion. But again, thanks for what you're doing, and I look forward to seeing this program continue to evolve.
All right. Thank you, Brian.
And if you have feedback, I'd love to hear it. But
I just wanted to say thank you so much for your comments, and we absolutely agree with you. Energy affordability is one of the most important things to 3CE, and it's exactly why we're investing in those battery energy storage systems, and we're advocating at the state level for legislation that will help reduce our customers' energy bills. For example, there's the Pathways Initiative, which is Senate Bill 540, that would open our state to be able to trade energy in a Western regional market. And the second piece is resource adequacy. It's simply put, the California Public Utilities Commission requires us to purchase enough energy to meet peak demand at any given time on any given day. And if I remember correctly, this accounts for about 1/3 of our procurement costs. So it's definitely significant. And we're looking at an initiative that would allow us to trade resource adequacy in hourly slices rather than daily slices, allowing us to reduce those costs. So I really appreciate your comments, and I do want to flag that on our website, we have a tool that allows our customers to compare their rate directly to what they would be paying if they were a PG&E customer. And I invite any constituents that reach out to you to reach out to us, and we'd love to walk them through their bill and see how we can help them save. Thank you.
All right. Let's go to Councilmember McAdams.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you so much for being here. I just wanted to share with the community the Electrify Your Ride program. I have helped a couple of constituents obtain the rebates, and then you can also stack it with MBARD and then also PG&E and some other programs. So I've had some great great luck with that. And, you can really get up to $6,000 to $8,000 in rebates. The applications are not that easy, but once you do them and once the car is registered, you have the bill of sale. And of course, you do have to show your income if you want to, receive the highest tier of rebates. But I just wanted to offer that assistance and facilitation for our constituents. And I've had some really great success. And that's lovely to get the email of like, Jenny, I got my check for however many thousands of dollars. So thank you for that.
Great. Thank you, Jenny. And thanks for that help to others. Councilmember Biala?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you very much for the explanation about battery safety. I mean, this is the first time I've heard of that explanation, and it was direly needed because, we can only synthesize what we hear on the news, and we then become afraid in a generalized way. So thank you very much. Where are these projects that you listed under our energy future? Where is like Willow Rock? What part, just in general?
So of those 4 projects I highlighted, I believe 3 of them are in the state of California. They're not in our service area, which again is Monterey, Santa Cruz, San Benito, San Luis Obispo, and Santa Barbara. The 4th project is in Arizona, and I don't remember off the top of my head where each project is located, but I actually have a map where it shows you exactly where they are. So
Okay.
I'll share that with your clerk to pass to you.
Great.
And I do want to say that 3CE has adopted a project selection methodology where we do prefer projects that are located in our service area and contribute to our local workforce.
Okay.
But for the projects that we highlighted today, none of them are local.
Okay, but are they driven by 3CE or are there other partners? They are.
Yeah, that's a great question. So the way that it works is we look at projects that are bringing clean and renewable energy to the entire state. So we'll invest in a project that will provide energy to all of California, right? And basically we enter a contract with them that we are going to purchase energy from them for 20 or 30 years. And that's how we do it. So it's made by a developer, and then there's multiple investors in the project, one of which is 3CE.
I see. Okay. And these are really large, very future oriented. And so that's probably why Councilmember McCarthy, the sixth sense, I think that's going to these kind of future programs. So we still have some money on the table, $300,000, you said. So is it this Colleen that could help us understand how we could access those?
Yes, exactly. So I can go ahead and reach out tomorrow and make sure that you're in touch with her. And I do think the city has already taken advantage of our Plan Your Fleet program. So that's funding for essentially consulting for the electrification of your fleet vehicles and EV charging infrastructure. So the remainder of that funding is towards the actual purchase of fleet vehicles and EV chargers. So I'll make sure to get you in touch with the right person and they can get you started on that.
Great. And you listed so many community programs, and it's nice that Councilmember McAdams has, helped an individual, but quite frankly, many of our Marina residents are going to need that kind of hand-holding as well. So again, is Courtney that person that we can call and say, I have an individual who lives in Marina, would like to access some of these programs?
Colleen is our key accounts manager. So she works with customers with large loads and the cities and counties we serve.
Oh.
But we also have several residential accounts managers that are able to, hop on a phone with a customer and walk them through the application process one-on-one. And you're always welcome to drop by our office if you want to sit with somebody in person and have us use one of our laptops to show you how to go through the process. And I also will say that if a customer calls our customer service line, you'll get somebody on the phone within 15 seconds who'll be able to help you with something like that.
Right.
So I'll make sure to share all of that information with
Great.
the clerk as well.
Great. And I know some individual assistance perhaps to some immigrant groups, especially Vietnamese and Korean. So I would know that they would probably need real help to fill out some of these applications. So
Yeah, absolutely. And that's, we contract with a customer service vendor who is able to get interpreters on the phone in over 150 different languages. So we're able to serve most customers in that way.
okay. All right. And so they'd be very familiar with your forms, but they could also go in and get help and and that person access those translators
Exactly.
at real time.
Yes,
Okay,
absolutely.
great. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your questions.
Yeah, thank you, Kathy. Mayor Pro Tem Vischer?
Thank you, Ms. Mayor, and thank you from me as well. I think that all the rebates for the residents are now income restricted.
So for all of our residential programs, every single 3CE customer can participate. There's normally a level for just your average customer to participate, and then there's an increased incentive for our customers who participate in a state or federal financial assistance program like CARE or FARA. So for example, I think the base incentive for the Electrify Your Ride program is $2,000 towards an EV. And then if you're on CARE or FARA, it's an additional $2,000 for a total of $4,000. And it's the same with our residential battery rebate program where your average customer can receive a rebate of $300 per kilowatt hour of that battery's capacity. But if you're someone who's on CARE, FARA, or the medical baseline program, you get an additional $200 per kilowatt hour.
Yeah, I really like that. And so my question also was, how is this being advertised? I know our city warned me before I was on the council, just with a news flash, that, you know, we had purchased an EV and we got $2,000 back. And I was able to fill out the application myself, and I was grateful to the city. But how are we still doing? Are we still in touch with 3CE to send out news flashes now and then? And
Yes, and we can absolutely continue to do that.
yes, so thank you. And for our city, our staff is probably already aware of any incentives that there might be for buildings that are electricity only, or not?
So what do you mean by?
Well, I think I'm thinking about, we spoke about the aquatic and sports complex in the past. I said, I hope that they're looking into no gas, only electricity. And I don't know. So, and I think there's incentives for that, for new developments, new builds.
Correct.
Electric
Yes.
only?
Yeah, that's a good question. That would be a commercial site, right? I'm not certain what.
Public.
Oh, it's
Public, for
okay.
the city.
Got it.
I don't know, non-profit.
I'm just gonna say, we'll look into that.
Yes, look
I'm
into
just
it.
not
And also,
positive.
because also thought about our arts village buildings that need some electricity. So anyway, those two projects came up for me. So just trying to save some money for the city. Thank you.
And those sites will certainly qualify for our Electrify Your Ride rebate for EV chargers. So yeah, again, Colleen will be able to get you all of that information.
I know staff will be in touch with you. Yeah, or already is the staff. in
Yeah,
touch.
we're working with them.
Yes,
like,
already.
With our Glory Jane Tate Park, we've worked with that. Ishmael's working with them on that whole Plan Your Fleet, and we're doing a really deep dive on that.
Thank you to you and to staff. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Great, thank you, Elizabeth. Sophia, environmentalists and some others might benefit from understanding the 3CE policy on creating or buying energy remotely and getting it to urbanized grids. I'm sure there's pros and cons to that. So rather than take the time tonight to explain it, do you think after tonight you can get back to me maybe with a link to the website that I can share with people that explains 3CE's approach to using remote energy while trying to be as sustainable as possible? And then I wonder if you could get back to me or to a city manager. My recall to 2018-ish when 3CE was born, I was on the board, and my memory is that it was a 3% promise that we would start out and hope to stay 3% less than PG&E, but maybe it changed. And so I wonder if you could confirm via email to our city manager so we can put that out to the public when it comes up, what was the original promise, the duration of the promise. Has it changed since then? How did it start out? What is it? Has it changed? What is it now? And is it an in perpetuity promise, or is it not? That would be good. And then we mentioned a couple of facts about 3CE off the cuff a week or two ago, and I think it's appropriate to repeat tonight. The size of 3CE enables it to have a Cadillac approach where they do everything really well. And it's partly because they have a large budget that enables them to pay their staff very well and to do a lot of things that they would not be able to do had they a smaller budget. So their budget is approximately $770 million a year, and it's not without its challenges. So this year that we just finished, June 30th, 2020, the fiscal year 2024, 2025, there was $87 million less in electrical sale revenue than the budget that was adopted. So they had an $87 million sort of hole that they had to cover. So even though they're a large, well-endowed financially organization, it's a very sophisticated and big world of energy creation and purchase and distribution. And so changes at the CPUC in their laws and policies can have huge financial ramifications to this agency, 3CE, while they're in the middle of a contract to buy and sell energy for a long period of time, 7 to 10 years or longer, at a certain rate. But when the rules change in the middle, they can't change their contracts. And so there's a lot of give and take financially up and down. And just wanted to mention that because you didn't have time in your presentation to include that kind of information. Thank you so much, Sophia, for being part of 3CE and coming here tonight. Really appreciate it.
Thank you so much for your time. And thank you again to the mayor and city manager for your work on our policy and operations board. We really appreciate it.
Okay, Kathy, did you have more input?
You just answered it. So they are still on the board of 3CE? You and?
Yeah, I was off for about 4 years and now I'm back on.
Great,
Yes.
wonderful,
So we're in
thank
a-
you.
Our block of cities is Seaside, Marina, Delray Oaks, and Sand City. And so every 2 years we're on the board, then we rotate off to the other cities. And so Mayor and I were on the first rotation, then we've been off, and now we're back on the second rotation. And so the mayor will be on the policy board for 2 years. I'll be on the operating board for 2 years.
And all the meetings are on Zoom and in person, and they're they're fascinating and dense, and they only happen a couple times a year, I believe.
Actually, more than that.
Quarterly?
Yeah, I think that's right. And I can send you the calendar of board meetings as well. But we have our big annual meeting coming up in September. So that'll be a lot of fun.
All right. Thanks again, Sophia.
Thank you very much.
Okay. All right. So now we go to council and staff announcements. Staff, do you have anything? Hello, Allison.
Hello, thank you. I'm Allison Hunter, the planning manager with the city of Marina, and I would just like to announce that we are holding our second public workshop on our local coastal program land use plan policy frameworks coming up July 30th. You all have a flyer. And there's some flyers on the back table. And tomorrow we'll put this all on the web and do our whole usual outreach efforts. And we will have Korean and Spanish speaking staff there at the meeting to help as needed. But this is very exciting. We're basically following kind of the style of the general plan update. We're stealing a lot of their great ideas for the LCP because it just happens to work. So the draft framework or draft land use policy frameworks created for the LCP is going to look very similar to what you just saw for the general plan update, but obviously coastal oriented. So hope you can all come and tell your friends. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Allison. We heard Chief is coming up for lease. We've heard earlier about the July 4th block party. Please tell your friends, come to our first ever city-sponsored block party on July 4th.
All right. While we wait for the PowerPoint to come up. All right. Oh, there I am. I'm just going to share a couple minutes with you, walk you through through the PowerPoint that I have regarding our efforts for the 4th of July. And all right, use the clicker here. Obviously, I'm not Commander Cox. He couldn't be here tonight due to an emergency, but I'm the pitch hitter for him. As you're aware, every 4th of July, Marina Police Department has a high volume of calls for service, and it ranges anywhere from medical calls to others, and it typically exceeds the number of calls that our officers that are regularly assigned to patrol can handle. So in this case, what we're going to do is anticipate that and staff up for that. Last year, we had over 100 calls for service around fireworks, beginning from midnight, going through basically midnight of the same day. Those calls again ranged from a variety of calls, from medical calls to injury calls to reported fireworks. The photos that you see there kind of give you a demonstration of some of the items that we seized during those calls, and that's atypical of what we see, and some of which we've already recovered thus far. So for us, what we're doing is we have taken a posture of all hands on deck. Basically, anyone that is not assigned to patrol will be assigned to work overtime for our upcoming 4th of July event at the airport. They're aware of that, and we feel that by doing that, that'll allow us to have adequate calls or adequate officers in the field answering the calls for service, as well as our event this year. We are obviously taking a zero tolerance approach, as we have every year. There are at least 10 different types of ordinances that we can cite someone for. Some are misdemeanors, others are felonies, and it ranges anywhere from possession to sale to discharge to storing of fireworks or property damage. So if someone is in possession of some of the more dangerous fireworks, those would be the felony range, and we will cite those individuals and charge them and take them to the Monterey County facility for charges. Right. Oh, sorry, went too far there. Went too far here. Sorry. Am I going the wrong way? Okay, let's try it again. There we go. That's what I wanted. All right. If someone wants to know, well, what does safe and sane look like? How do I know the products I have meet that criteria? Look for this seal. It must have the state fire marshal seal on it, and that will kind of give you a quick reference as to if it's okay to have that. And then I'll just leave you with some safety tips. And these are basic. They are just good reminders. Obviously, never ignite fireworks indoors or in closed areas. Always have water or a fire extinguisher nearby when you're out celebrating. Even if they're safe or sane, those do emit hot or heat, and they can injure someone. Never allow children to ignite fireworks. Again, just keep an eye on your children. There's a lot of movement, a lot of excitement and fun, but there's also something can happen very quickly. Also, pay attention to your pets. Make sure that they're inside safely and secured, and also just maybe make sure that they have the collar for marking in case they do get out. Again, sometimes these events tend to excite them and cause issues for them as well. And with that, I'll just leave it and say, if you have, we're encouraging our community, as they have done in the past, call us in the non-emergency number. But if someone is injured or you see some larger boom or fireworks that are going up in the air, call us through the 911. Those have a tendency to land in places that we don't want them to, create brush fires and things of that nature. So we want to know about those quickly. And we just thank our community for continuing to support us, and we want everyone to have a fun, safe holiday. And that's all I have on this topic. I do have one other thing after that. There's no questions.
Thank you, Chief Hopkins. Let's go to Councilmember McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor. Two quick questions. Thank you, Chief, for the presentation. It's definitely started already. I'm hearing both legal and illegal fireworks. I have to say, so far, it doesn't seem as bad as it's been in previous years. I'm crossing my fingers. I think it's with great irony that there was a fire off Blanco Road, given my comments about a month and a half ago. Any idea what caused that? Is it possible that those were caused by fireworks, or?
I don't know. You know?
Okay.
Okay.
Second question is, I noticed that the city of Seaside apparently is using their flock system to kind of pinpoint where fireworks are going off and then sending those folks in those neighborhoods letters, basically encouraging them to rat out their neighbors. Do we have that capability?
We have flock cameras. I saw that. I'm not sure how they're using that. That's something that I will reach out to them just to see how they're using that technology.
Thank you, Chief.
Sure.
Let's go to Councilmember Viala.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So now we're going to have a cordoned off space at the airport for safe and
Same.
fireworks, and I'm going to buy my first. So I'll meet some friends out there. So I think this is wonderful that the city of Marina is doing this. Just want to mention, I saw the most amazing deterrent for any illegal use of fireworks, and it was on social media. There was a medical person who had posted about 12 hand x-rays of injuries. They were just x-rays of bones, and it was enough to just like scare the heck out of you, really. Many had missing, fingers, of course, and or contorted bones, and all they were was hands, and they were saying these were all as a result of fireworks. So that was like, I know you can't do things like that, but boy, was that an incentive against using fireworks.
I agree 100%.
Yeah.
Those sometimes, unfortunately, learning from others' mishaps gives an example for others to kind of picture and go, okay, this
Yeah.
is serious.
It was very strong message without blood and gore. It was just bones, but it was blood and gore.
Sure.
Thank you.
My pleasure.
Mayor Protem Fisher.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Chief. Just to, that reminded me of the country I'm from, the Netherlands, as everybody who I know knows. Fireworks are allowed. They're now finally talking about no longer allowing them. But I mean, it's a war zone at midnight at New Year's. At least it's winter, so and they don't have 4th of July. They don't celebrate our Independence Day. But when I was young, they would have the government would have ads on TV, like showing people with missing fingers and saying, it doesn't matter because you couldn't count till 10 anyway. So I still remember that one. Yeah, that was, no, but that's the way they did it. And it might have helped some people to deter, but most people, it's, so anyway. So what I know, was it 1 or 2 years ago that the city started a fee schedule or adopted a fee schedule for, the first, second, third offense. I couldn't find it online. I was trying to find it for some people on social media. So it might be good to get it up on the website so people read. I think it was $500, $1,000. I mean, it was serious money. I mean, if the fingers don't deter, the money might count. So, and then for staff after the 4th of July, would it be possible to compare data with cities that do not allow any fireworks? Because I know some people online are like, we should not even allow safe and sane. So I know staff is already busy, but it would be interesting to see. I think Monterey doesn't allow anything. So compare with the police department for Monterey, maybe, did they still have a lot of calls or not? Or does it really help to not allow anything? So, and then for the rest, the 4th of July, I just wanted to repeat that this coming Friday, July 4th, the party it's at the airport, starting at 3:30 until 8:30 or 9. Okay. Oh, we can choose. Okay. There's 2 ending dates. I think they want us to leave around 8:30. So anyway, 3:30 at the airport. I'm looking forward to that.
So if it ends at 8:30 or 9, that's before it gets dark.
It generally gets dark around, we're guessing around 8:45. We'll give it's 8:30? Yeah, kind of like this. We'll give it some time. We didn't want it to go past that, so we just kind of gave it that end date or end time, I should say.
All right. Yeah. Councilmember McAdams.
Thank you, Mayor. And if somebody wants to report fireworks, do they call 911?
They call her non-emergency if it's just the reporting of it, but if it's the illegal where it's propelling up in the air, I would suggest that they do call 911. That way we can get the call faster. And obviously we're going to be overwhelmed with Like I said, we had 100 last year.
Yes.
And it'll probably be somewhere around that ballpark again.
And are you able to share the non-emergency number? And also, does that go to dispatch at the county, or what is that experience like if I were to call the non-emergency number after hours?
Sure. It goes to the county dispatch number, which is the 831-384-7575, 831-384-7575. And that's in the PowerPoint. And it's also on our website. But again, so the process would be they will call that. They will probably get an automated bot, if you will, and it would ask the questions. And there's prompts on there if you want to have an officer call you back, if you want to immediately talk to a dispatcher, if it's an emergency, they'll take that information. Even if you call the non-emergency number, the dispatchers will see that text of it. And if it's something that should be elevated, they should have called 911. They will grab it out of that queue and go ahead and make it a 911 call and dispatch an officer.
Great. Thank you for that. And I think it's important that our community know that like they're at dispatch. So they're kind of competing with calls throughout the whole county. So they're not just phoning our friend at the Marina Police Department.
Right.
And then also with regards to pets, if my pet gets out, I have a lost pet, I find a pet, what is the best way for the community to report sort of those instances?
Yeah, same process, which is whether it's on this day or not. The only difficulty challenge that we're going to have is that we're going to be addressing a lot of other calls. But the process will be to call the non-emergency number, identify your pet, what the issue is, give a description, and then we still have CSOs that are on call and will be working also. We've kind of altered their shifts so we can have a range where they're working 7 days a week. So when we get those calls or an officer is available, we can drive by as we're probably driving around frantically looking for fireworks. We'll also be looking for pets. And if we find them, then we'll scoop them up and try to get them back to the owner or store them.
Thank you, Chief. And thank you so much to the police department. I know your team is working so hard, and 4th of July, all holidays are busy. Everyone is celebrating, and I really encourage our community to celebrate in a smart way. Enjoy the airport. Don't drink and drive.
Right.
And have fun in a very safe and cohesive manner. So thank you for your work.
My pleasure.
All right. Thank you, Jenny. I just want to mention that 4th of July flags go up, and they don't go up by themselves. So if you want to help, they go up at 7 a.m. and they take down at 7 p.m. on July 4th. So if you want to help volunteer to put those up and take them down, it's a lot of fun. And just contact Ocean Rock Church. It's their volunteers that do that on about 11 holidays during the course of the year. Thank you very much again, Chief.
My pleasure.
Nancy, are you tired? Well, if we're going to get to your item very soon.
If I can make one more quick announcement, it'll be very quick. Again, since we won't have another council meeting till in August, this will be my last opportunity to remind everyone the National Night Out will occur before we meet again as a council, and that's August the 5th, the Tuesday, and it will start from 4:30 to 7:30 p.m. or 4:30 to 7 p.m. And it'll be at our headquarters as usual. So National Night Out, August the 5th. And we're going to put up banners and flyers in our social media, but I just wanted to put that on the radar.
Great. It's always a lot of fun. Thank you, Chief.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Okay, staff announcements. Okay. Council announcements. Try to be brief. I won't even have any because I think we need to save time. Okay. Councilmember
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have about 2 minutes of comments regarding a potential code change. We haven't really solidified this two-step process in the city of Marina. Would you like me to make them now or during public comment? Happy to do either.
Council communications.
I'd like to make them either now or during public comment.
You good?
Okay, thank you. Mr. Mayor, Council, while July 1st marks the end of the Pride Month, as we all know, it's actually the rest of the year when the hard work actually happens. Today, I'm asking the city to start the process of removing a stain from the city of Marina's history. I'm asking you tonight to remove the prohibition of male and female impersonation from the city's definition of adult entertainment. This language was historically added to embarrass and discriminate against LGBTQ communities, and recently the nation has seen a resurgence of such language as a way back to historically oppressive laws. Ironically, you may not know it was exactly these kind of laws that prohibited the sale of alcohol to gays in New York City that started the modern-day Pride movement. The policy is outdated, discriminatory, and unnecessary. It unfairly targets a form of artistic gender expression that is protected by the First Amendment and recognized widely as a legitimate and constitutionally protected act. Gender impersonation and gender expression is not inherently obscene nor adult in nature. In fact, it comes as a respected form of theater, comedy, cultural expression, among other things. By labeling it adult entertainment simply because performers present in gender expressions different from their own, we stigmatize LGBTQ artists and restrict their ability to contribute to our community's cultural life. Our city's ordinances should regulate actual adult content, not costumes, not gender presentation, or artistic performance. We do not classify Shakespeare Twelfth Night or modern plays with cross-gender casting as adult entertainment because we understand that clothing and gender expression are not the same as sexual conduct. I'm asking you to bring these policies in line with constitutional principles, California law, and basic fairness. Other cities have already done this to remove outdated restrictions, and Marina can do the same by striking this language and treating all performers equally under the law. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Oh, thank you. That's wonderful. Brian, thanks for bringing that to our attention, and I'm sure the council will support staff bringing that to us. Councilmember McAdams.
Thank you, Mayor. I wanted to sort of add to that. When I first was appointed to council and I started reading the code, the city manager was a man, like it only referred to the city manager as he, and so, since then we have amended that to he or she or they, because obviously 1975, 50 years ago, I guess apparently the women were like the secretaries and the men were in the leadership roles. I'm not exactly sure, but especially as we, close out Pride Month, it's easy like to wave flags and wear rainbow ribbons and all of that. But ultimately, really as policymakers, like these small changes, but are so meaningful, are important. So I would recommend that. That seems like kind of an easy fix. So we do it as soon as we can. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry. I have one more. Councilmember McCarthy and the mayor and I attended the Friends of the Marina Library annual dinner. They showed a lovely video, which is on their Facebook page and on YouTube, sort of celebrating what they've done during this last fiscal year. The new librarian, Mr. Scott, at the Marina Library. And then also they had some really lovely data points about how many, tens of thousands of dollars they've raised, how many books they've sold, how many families they have served. And so it was really lovely. And I just encourage the community to take some time and watch that video. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jenny. Okay, if there's no council objection, let's go to public comment and limit public comment instead of 3 minutes to 2 minutes. We haven't started our business tonight, but we have quite a bit. So let's go to public comment, starting with people here in the room. If you have something to say that's not on tonight's agenda or regards a consent agenda item, please come on up to the podium and speak for up to 2 minutes. Come on up, Fred. We love it when you join us, so we'd like to hear from you.
I just wanted to support Councilmember McCarthy's comments about that really strange, outdated law. We should get rid of that as soon as possible, or at least stop enforcing it. And it seems like a good idea. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Fred. Anyone else? Please stand. And don't see anyone. So let's go online. Anyone online, please raise your hand if you'd like to speak on tonight's consent agenda or other matters that are not action items or on our agenda. Seeing no one raising their hand, I'll give you another moment and then we'll close public comment. The question is, how long is a moment? And I think it's 7 seconds. All right, we'll close public comment. Thank you, everyone, for being brief and patient with us tonight with your comments. Let's move to the consent agenda, and we're going to pull a couple items because Councilmember Biala announced earlier tonight, she'll be recusing herself from the
10F3.
F3, the waiver of potential conflict and Sierra Club. And then our city manager has informed me we're 10F4. We're not going to hear tonight. That's the levy of special tax. Oh, we're going to pull that one for a brief comment. So that won't be in our vote on the consent agenda. Everything else, however, I think is up to us if we want to pull or have any brief comments or questions, anything else. Councilmember Fisher?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I had a brief question about 10G1, the reimbursement agreement with Marina Coast. Can I say now? I contacted staff. I was missing a deadline. I would really like to see a deadline in an agreement that we agree to pay a lot of money to Marina Coast, and we only do it because we want something expedited that they will be doing anyway.
Right,
So-
Elizabeth, since, excuse me for interrupting, but since I know from your emails what this is about, I think it'll take a little bit of thought and discussion.
So we put it.
Let's put it at the
Okay.
end.
Okay.
So
cool.
we'll pull
Yeah.
that 10G1. Councilmember McCart?
Thank you, Mayor. Super brief comment about 10G3, which is the Food Waste Organics Diversion Program. Had an interesting experience where someone came and did a lid flip at my house and probably spent about 2 minutes, which is a long time, deciding whether I had violated an oily piece of cardboard. And so my question is has the city levied any fines? Do they plan to levy any fines under this agreement that we're approving tonight? Sorry, would you like me to repeat that?
I'm not positive.
Okay. It doesn't matter. I'm happy to support it and approve it anyway, but I just want, if we're paying money to levy fines on members of our community, I want us to be very careful about that, because the reality is this organics diversion program is tricky. It's hard to understand. And I don't blame a lot of our residents for being upset when they see people going through their trash.
All right. So Lane, the question was, to your knowledge, has there been any fines because of contamination?
Yeah, and I'm not positive. Ishmael, are you aware of that?
This might be putting garbage in your
So-
blue bin.
So there are no fines, to my knowledge, have been issued yet. What's going on right now is educational materials have gone out throughout the state for years now. But as you just said, it's a very tricky, very confusing bit of legislation. It's probably one of the worst things our state has ever done to us. So the lid flipping is an opportunity to give people warnings, which is part of the educational. And I'm not sure when the fines are going to start. I can find out and provide it to Lane to share with council. But as of yet, the purpose of this lid flipping is educational.
If I can add, is there going to be an appeal process when the fines are levied, or do you not know?
There will be. I'm not sure what that is. I'll get that information and send it over as well.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
All right, thank you. Rather than pull an item, Lane, our city manager, just has a brief comment on it.
Thank you. So item F4, this is adopting a community facility district for the dunes. And when we calculated it, we based it on the maximum amount that we can levy, but we haven't had a chance really with the dunes to sit down and go through the budget. Parts of it will probably be less than the maximum. And so what we'd like you to do is approve this and give staff the authority, once we sit down with the dunes and review the budget, that we can lower that amount accordingly to what the budget really needs. But at least for now, we're saying adopt the maximum that we put in there. We're going to meet with them over the next couple weeks and then give us the authority to reduce that maximum amount to the appropriate level.
Okay. So I'll motion that we approve the consent minus 10F3 for Kathy's purpose and minus 10G1 for Lisbeth's purpose.
Second.
Any comments before we go to a vote? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Whoa, sorry.
Did it include Lane's request?
Yeah. No,
So to include my adjustments to that.
yes, my motion includes that. And the second from Councilman McCarthy does it
Still
hold?
holds.
Okay, thank you, Renee. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right, so we move on to our first public hearing regarding Cypress Cove. Are you awake now, Nancy? This is your item, right? All right. Thank you for leading us through this. And could you tell us your name and Mario, before you get started, I need to say some technicalities that we're going to open the hearing now and start with you talking. And it's about the proposed formation of an overlay assessment district for Cypress Cove 2 and the levy of assessments for such overlay district, as well as the levy of assessments for the existing Cypress Cove 2 Maintenance Assessment District under the Landscape and Lighting Act of 1972. This proceeding is being conducted in accordance with the requirements of Proposition 218. So staff, now, if you could present the item by telling us your name and what you do for our city.
So my name is Mario. I work for Public Works Engineering. I'll be assisting Edry. Edry will be giving the presentation, but he is at a difficult spot right now. So if he has technical difficulties, I'll step in as needed.
Thanks,
But he
Mario.
will take over as of right now. And if any questions, I'll try to assist.
Thank you, Mario. Is my audio okay?
Yes.
Oh, thank you very much. I'm at the airport at the moment, so I didn't know if I was going to have a good connection. But Mario does all of our landscape district inspections for us. So he was gracious enough to give up his evening for this. But this public hearing is for the Cypress Cove 2 Landscape District and the proposed increase in your annual assessment. Next slide, please. If you actually go back to them. I think it's skipped to. There we go. This slide here was presented to City Council last year during the public hearing. And we also presented the same slide to the district. It outlines the procedures that we followed leading up to tonight and this Prop 218 public hearing and ballot count. So we had our arborist report in January. We met with residents in April. We advocated for the rate increase and we offered different funding options, going over the tree report, which we'll talk about in a second. And the findings and the discussions that we gained from that, we're now at the Prop 218 process, public hearings. And next slide, please. So this is the district. You could see the boundaries from the dashed lines there. And since we were directed by council last year, we hired on that certified arborist. They conducted their tree health survey and they provided the city with a maintenance plan. The maintenance plan is for all the existing trees that were GPS mapped and identified by species, size, and health. Here we have the maintenance ratings. So the ratings were created for each tree based on how close they were to structures. Do they have significant deadwood? Were there any hanging limbs? And you'll see from this map here, the dots are a little difficult, but we color-coded numbers. So that we have 10 yellow dots representing 10 trees that were rated 2. The rated 1 tree, we have 32 of those. Those were the trees that were identified as needing immediate care. Next slide. So using that information, we compiled it together. We noted that 4 of the trees were recommended for removal because they were dead or they're invasive. So the remaining trees that were rated 1 we noted for immediate maintenance, so about 28 of them. So then a maintenance plan was generated to restore the rated 1 and rated 2 trees on this map. And we're going to do those first and then rehabilitate all the remaining trees moving forward on an ongoing annual maintenance basis. Here is the scope and budget for the maintenance plan. We put this on the website and directed residents to this. Note that the ballot measure for the overlay district, which we'll describe in a minute, is $336.82. But you see in that first year, it's $517.60. So the residents are currently paying $187.78 today. That they pay that per year. When you add on what the ballot measure is asking for, which is $336.82, That's how we get the 51760 for year one. And this will be the highest year in terms of assessment, since we'll be addressing the 28 worst trees of the district. In years 2 through 5, you'll see that the special tax assessment actually changes. It dips down as the scope of work changes and we address less and less trees. And then after year 5, the ongoing cost to the residents will be approximately $493.51. And so with this ongoing cost, this will allow us to provide ongoing maintenance to the remaining 63 trees of the district. So if the ballot is increased by this assessment of 336.82 and it's approved tonight, this plan, this 5-year plan will go into effect next fiscal year, it's fiscal year 25-26. So why do we need an overlay district? So in 1996, the Right to Vote on Tax Act was adopted as Proposition 218. So this prevents any type of rate increase in a special district like Cypress Cove without the property owners knowing. So if a rate increase was to take place, a mail-in ballot proceeding needed to take place. So this way, property owners have the ability to increase or block an increase to their special district's assessment. But since this district, Cypress Cove, was formed in 1987, prior to Prop 218 taking place, its current assessment actually can't be raised. So if we are going to collect the additional $336 necessary for the maintenance of the trees, we need a new district to be created on top of it or overlaid over this existing district. So this overlay district will only exist if the ballot measure is passed. So the ballots for this were mailed out 45 days ago in advance of the public hearing tonight. That gave all the residents the opportunity to vote on whether to accept this increase to begin the major tree maintenance. So, but note, if a majority of the ballots or 50% of the over 50% of the ballots are against the increase, the ballot measure is denied. So what does that mean? If the ballot to increase the assessment is denied, the city will commence with dissolving the district, since its current budget, which was set over 20 years ago, is not able to sustain the maintenance of the overall district. So dissolving the district, the process is to begin with holding a public hearing on August 5th or the earliest available city council meeting. And then once the hearing is done, the council will move to dissolve the district. You go ahead and change the slide. And what that means is all the residents who have their rear properties facing either Abdi or Beach Road will now be responsible to maintain the trees within their property. You can see their property actually extends in the green area shown on the map there. The city will maintain all the trees within the right-of-way, and the right-of-way will be on Cardoza Avenue. So you can see on Cardoza, there's no, the property line is at the fence line, so the city will take over the maintenance of those trees. So we received a number of questions collected from the residents on how dissolving the district could affect them. And so here's a quick summary. The first question: can homeowners choose to remove trees on their property? Homeowners can choose to remove non-landmark trees within the maintenance area on their property if the district is dissolved. Will individual property owners be required to pull a tree removal permit? No. Staff has reviewed the City Municipal Code Section 1762040 and determined that should the district dissolve, individual property owners will not be required to pull a tree removal permit for the removal of non-landmark trees on their property. Third question is a little complicated. Can owners extend their fence lines on their property? So those owners who have properties backing Abdi or Beach, could they extend their fence lines? So if the city holds an easement related to maintenance areas established for this district, for instance, we know of a storm drain easement on Abdi, the city will consider extinguishing any such easements at the request of individual property owners at their own expense if necessary. Additionally, other easements may exist within these areas and may have their own restrictions. So it's up to each individual property owner at their own expense to check with their title companies and whether an existing easement prevents extending fencing or other improvements into these easement areas. Improvements in these areas may also require a building permit. So the city will have to review these requests on a case-by-case basis. The next steps tonight are to open public comments, count the ballots, and then adopt the appropriate resolutions depending on the ballot count. So if the ballot approves the increase, resolution attachments number 1 and 2 of the packet should be adopted. And if the ballot denies this increase, resolution attachment number 3 of the packet should be adopted. That ends our presentation.
Thank you very much, Edri and Mario. At this time, we've got the record of your presentation. And now this is the time and place for us to have the public hearing on the proposed formation of the overlay district and levy of assessments. Under Prop 218, property owners were mailed a notice and ballot describing the proposed assessment, the improvements to be funded by that assessment, and the right to protest. Property owners may submit their ballots at any time before the close of this public hearing. If you've not yet submitted your ballot and wish to do so, please deliver it to our Deputy City Clerk, Anita Shepherd-Sharp, to my left now. So we'll move on to take public comment as we normally do on issues, including this one, starting with the folks in person. Please come to the podium. And those of you online who might wish to speak, please raise your remote hand, and everyone has up to 3 minutes. Let's start here in present. Thank you, Nancy, for being patient with us tonight.
So I have a question if it's dissolved. So I know there's 2 different possible outcomes tonight. Do I ask my question now about if the vote ends up being dissolved?
Yeah, ask your question now and we'll answer it at the end of public comment.
Okay, great. Several questions. We have one water system. The city's going to basically own the water system along Cardoza, but that also connects to Abdi and to Beach. And I want to know, are those of us who live by Abdi or Beach, are we going to be disconnected from water and have to connect with our personal water system for the care of the trees? Number 2, is there, if there's money left within the district and it is dissolved, where does that money go? Is it redistributed to the homeowners who are going to be directly impacted? Can it go towards emergency maintenance on a few trees that have limbs that are falling, that kind of thing? Where does that money go? And you talked about fence lines, and I want a little bit of clarification because Abdi is where both the percolation pond and that other low-lying area, and there are retaining walls there. There's retaining walls that go almost the length of Abdi. And who has responsibility for those retaining walls if there is no, and there are also retaining walls along Beach. If there is no district, can the people that live impacted by that form a district of their own so that they can deal with setting money aside for future problems along there related to both the drainage and the retaining walls? I think that's all of my questions, and I hope others have questions because I've gotten tired and I don't remember everything I was going to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much for those great questions. Anyone else in the room that wants to speak, please stand. All right, let's go to those online. Anyone online wish to speak, please raise your hand. Not seeing anyone, we'll give you a moment. I still have all my fingers. I can count to 7. All right, we'll close public comment. So the public hearing is closed. Seeing no further speakers, and after confirming with the clerk that all ballots have been collected, I will close the public hearing. Ready for ballot tabulation. We'll now proceed to that under Prop 218. The ballots are weighted by the proposed assessment amount for each parcel. In this instance, the weight of each ballot is the same, given that the proposed assessment is identical for each parcel. I'll ask the deputy city clerk to conduct and oversee the tabulation. Council will recess briefly while the tabulation occurs, but how long is it going to take, Shep? So about 5 minutes. Yeah, so while she's doing the counting, let's get to Nancy's question. Edrei, there's one water system. The city's going to own it if it's dissolved, the district. Will homeowners be disconnected from that system?
I believe nature has disconnected the water system from the homeowners. The irrigation system, when we last did an assessment, it does not continue. It used to continue all the way down Abbey and all the way down Beach, but has since had broken sections in it. And if we were to continue the district, we would, and tree replacement was necessary in the future, we'd probably have to install new irrigation. Those irrigation systems don't function.
Okay, so will homeowners be disconnected? Will they be connected to the new system if it ever goes in?
No, because the new system was paid for by the district, and because the district is no longer created, they'd be disconnected. Those trees would now belong to them.
Okay. Will the remaining balance in the fund, who gets it?
I think that's something we discussed at the August public hearing. And we could definitely check with the city attorney and our finance director on.
Okay, do you recall the answer?
So
Don't recall.
Our city
yeah,
attorney
I can answer. So generally, those funds would be essentially rolled over into the general fund for other, city responsibilities, but there could, city could take that issue and decide it wants to refund.
Right.
Whatever balances might be left in that account.
Yeah, I'm guessing
Not
that's
be
where we're going
much.
to go. Okay, so city council will take that up. Retaining walls, fence lines, especially along Abdi Way. Who's responsible for those in the future?
So those would belong to the property owners whose properties would encompass those retaining walls. They could definitely enter into their own private maintenance agreement to continue the maintenance of those walls.
Okay, so whoever's lot contains a piece of wall or fence would be responsible for that?
Correct.
Okay, and you just kind of answered it, but not exactly. Can they form a new district? Those homeowners affected or who have maintenance needs in their lots?
They could form, it's probably easier for them to form their own maintenance, private maintenance agreement, but yes, they could do a district as well.
And just to add, yes, they can always form their own. It would be a homeowners association, essentially.
Okay. Nancy, did we cover it? All right. Let's go to Councilmember McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor. I had kind of a clarifying question. In the presentation, Edrei mentioned that, you didn't need a tree permit, or all of these requirements or lack thereof according to our code today, but we're not, through this action, providing any grandfathering that they will be subject to that code into perpetuity, right? I mean, that code could change tomorrow, and then maybe, yes, in fact, you would need a tree permit, like many of our neighbors in Monterey PG. I just want to make it clear that we're not offering any kind of grandfathering through this process. And that's probably for you, Edrei, I would guess.
Edrei or Renee?
Tree removal falls under the purview of the Community Development Department. So I would actually defer over to perhaps our
Guido or Allison? Thank you, Allison.
Sure. My understanding would be these properties owners would be subject to the tree removal permit requirements at the time they came in for a permit.
So Brian is correct. If that changes,
Right.
that their responsibility may change for a
Correct.
permit. Thank you. Any more input, Brian? Councilmember Viola?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First question, I know we talked about criteria for, I'm sorry?
Someone.
Okay.
clearing their throat.
We talked about criteria for homeowners to remove trees and also to extend fence lines and stuff. But do these homeowners, can they allow those dead trees or whatever, in poor condition trees, stay like that in perpetuity? Is that an option for them? Edry, I guess.
Edry, did you
it
hear the
is-
question?
Yes, it is not recommended by the tree arborist, but since the trees will then belong to the homeowner, they have been given the report on the health of the trees, so they could do with it as they please.
Okay. Okay, so that is an option for them to just leave it as it is.
Yeah, and
Okay,
I
and
have some input. If it qualifies as a nuisance, then certainly there could be some code enforcement action.
got it. Okay, or yes, for safety or whatever. Okay, also, once we find out the vote, if it goes in the negative, then does the city have the responsibility then in very much detail to inform each of the homeowners what their responsibility is now that we've dissolved the district?
I would say it would be good to communicate that information.
Yeah, I think so. And very as detailed as we can. And also sometimes reality strikes after, they realize the consequences is short of, redoing another, district. Is there any reconsideration of doing another vote or anything like that? Is there any kind of appeals or, um, revoting surveys or anything?
So I think the entire process, and Edry, you can jump in, would need to be redone. The only issue we have is, of course, there's an August 1st deadline to submit the necessary information to the county for the county to be able to collect any assessment. So there is that out there.
Wow. Okay. August 1st is just around the corner. Okay. And, since I've been on council, we've been dealing with this for a very long time. And can I just ask your opinion, maybe, Edry, that one of the reasons that we have gotten to this point where there's how many dead trees and then 31 in dire need of repair trees? That's a large number. And can we safely say it is because the district fees were so incredibly low for so long that the city could not maintain with that amount of money? Can we say that that's in general, truth about
Yes,
this matter? Okay,
yes.
great. I just want to make it really clear in terms of the restrictions that the city has had to face because of this situation. So,
And residents are okay to have their own opinions, but they might give you other reasons.
right. Thank you very much.
Councilmember Fisher?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, we all know this is overdue. This should have been taken care of longer ago so that the homeowners wouldn't get the shock now of having to pay so much more suddenly. But my question is about those water lines. Edwy, you mentioned that if the district remains, some of those lines, irrigation lines, will need to be replaced. And did I understand that correctly?
That's only if a tree replacement was necessary. And at this time, with the maintenance plan that we proposed, there is no tree replacement. So we are not proposing any new water lines at this time.
I missed what you said. It's only necessary if what happens?
If we would have tree replacement, and
Oh,
in
tree
this current,
replacement.
correct. This current
Okay,
maintenance
thank
plan has,
Thank you. So, and that will be my next question. Is it in the maintenance budget? But so there's nothing in the maintenance budget for tree replacements. Okay.
Correct.
Thank you. Those were my only questions. Thank you.
Okay. We're not going to put Anita under more pressure than she already is. So we'll just patiently wait. Hurry up, Anita.
But it's okay because Dan came ready to do a dance and song for us. Take it away, Dan. We have an unusual esteemed guest in our audience. Arun Jani is a professor in the agricultural department at the CSUMB. Thanks for coming, Arun. We have our chair of our planning commission, Glenn Woodson. Thank you for coming, Glenn. Okay. One moment. We will now proceed to tabulate the ballots. Oops, sorry. We'll now reconvene. The deputy city clerk will announce the results of the ballot tabulation.
Ballots received. I have 7 yes votes. I have 18 no, and I have 1 ballot that was unmarked.
Okay, thank you. Under Prop 218, under Proposition 218, if there is a majority protest, which we've just heard, meaning more than 50% of the ballots are in opposition, which they are, the assessment cannot be imposed. As a majority protest has been received, the proposed assessment cannot be imposed. We will now proceed with consideration of the alternative resolution, that is to declare an intention to dissolve the landscape maintenance district known as Cypress Cove 2. So would someone like to make that motion? I'm sorry, go ahead. Oh, I'm sorry. Council, if there is any discussion on the alternative resolution declaring the intention to dissolve the Cypress Cove 2 Maintenance District, let's hear that now. Time for our discussion on the alternative resolution that declares intention to dissolve. Councilmember McCarthy?
Thank you, Mayor. Not understanding this well, I'm hoping someone has some level of expertise. I can say that in my mind, dissolving this makes a really bad situation a lot worse. And so I guess to any experts in the room, what would be some legitimate reasons to voting no or against dissolving something like this? And if as a council, we chose not to dissolve, what do? We just keep on with the bad instead of really bad, or how does that work?
Edry, you want to jump in here and explain sort of what would happen if the district is not dissolved in terms of maintenance and it being underfunded?
Yeah. So in essence, we have the city responsible for the liability of 32 dying and dangerous trees that need to be addressed immediately. And we'd probably have to assess the legal liability the city has on that and figure out a funding source to address them before anything happens under the current district.
Yeah, so one of the things we'll need to consider is if whose responsibility is for some of these trees, and we've kind of looked at that preliminarily. I mean, they are on private property, but they're also within the assessment district. So there's no clear rule, but they do need to be taken care of.
And I want to make some comments really from a bigger perspective. We have these community facility districts around. People have various easements. And if you start setting a precedence of, okay, we're gonna bail out these individual property owners, where do you stop? And that becomes the problem.
So, but what happens in my mind is that the neighborhood now likely becomes much more blighted than it ever has been. It brings down property values for everybody that lives not only in that neighborhood, but surrounding neighborhoods. It seems really challenging to me. I'm not hearing a convincing, for me personally, and I'm maybe in a minority, not hearing a convincing argument to vote to dissolve something whose governance structure was set up to avoid exactly those problems. And I think I'm understanding the flip side of that. I mean, there's not enough money in the reserves to conduct the capital projects that have to happen. And I'm really struggling. I mean, is it possible that in 10 years, homeowners will move out and a vote like what happened tonight would be different? Do we have an obligation to listen to the voice that was reflected in those votes? I mean, why are we even being asked to kind of make this decision when a majority of the homeowners have said, one thing? So those are things that I'm struggling with.
I mean, so if the district were to be dissolved, the homeowners are always free to form their own sort of association to carry out maintenance responsibilities. To the extent there are any trees then on private property that need to be addressed, those will be taken care of through sort of code enforcement and, maybe probably first gently. And if necessary, the city could remove them and then also seek to be reimbursed for the removal of those individual trees that are potential safety hazards. So there are solutions. They're not necessarily pretty and there's process involved, but some of these issues could be addressed.
And there's no mechanism to require that some other governing structure be put in place, i.e. a HOA?
I don't believe there is.
Thank you.
Okay. I want to say that how we got here was Prop 218 came into being, and this neighborhood has said no to increasing, not just tonight, but in the past as well. Is that correct, Edry?
When canvassed, correct.
I'm sorry?
Yes.
Okay. And as costs go up and the revenue stays stable, it's harder to do the maintenance that's needed. As the trees age, the walls age, the fences age, time happens, it becomes more expensive, not just because of inflation, but because of age. We see that with our streets and parks as well. And tonight they said no overwhelmingly. In the future, if we do approve Attachment 3's resolution as an alternative, which expresses the intent to dissolve the district, we, the council, can always reconsider all the options of bailing them out or 50-50 sharing or whatever it might be. We definitely have the money. It's just a matter of priority. And I'll just mention that this was the deal struck with these residents. And so that'll be one argument that we have basically a contract with these residents. On the flip side, there are many people like me who have the city pay for things that benefit me on my lot. And so it's a little bit unfair for certain districts residents to pay for things that the rest of the city doesn't pay for. Same is true for Sea Haven and the Dunes. They have an HOA that takes care of things instead of the city taking care of things that they take care of in Central Marina outside of these districts. So there's arguments on both sides to be heard, but I think tonight, because the vote leaves us with a dissolution intention, I think is our best option for tonight. That's my sense. Let's go to Councilmember Biala.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I just want to respond to Councilmember McCarthy's angst down there. Is that I think that, we are following Proposition 218 to the T, right? We're required to do this. Secondly, we had a vote. It's a self-determination of those folks that live there. And so what more democratic, fair process could we offer than a vote? So this was fair. And the third thing is that we told, I'm sure, I don't know, guess I need to verify this, but I'm sure we told them the consequences of their declining this, right? That the city would then dissolve the district. So for those three reasons, I don't feel any compunction to bail them out. We've been doing this for years now, and I know you've said every time this comes here, for the cost of whatever you would. I remember you saying cost of a Starbucks or something that that they are turning it down and rather would have the trees and the landscaping be deteriorated. So I think this has been a very fair process, and we listened to the voice of what the public decided, and that's it for me. I don't have any compunction about this issue.
Thank you, Kathy.
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Vischer.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, I also agree. We don't have a choice. We knew this was coming. This for me is the third time that this is coming up. And we all know that $180 per year is not enough to maintain. Staff has tried it as long as possible. And to put it into perspective, yes, HOA fees at the new developments are 10 times this, plus people pay into a CFD for other maintenance that many homes in Marina get paid for by the city. So that's just to put it in perspective, but I do understand that it's hard for some of the homeowners who happen to own those trees. And
Okay, we can still have more discussion if anyone has any, but I would like to motion that we adopt a resolution that is referred to as attachment 3, which certifies City Marina compliance with state law Prop 218 with respect to, I'm so sorry, declaring our intention. The alternative resolution before us, it's attachment number 3, declares our intention to dissolve the landscape maintenance district known as Cypress Cove 2 Landscape Maintenance District. So that would be my motion.
I second.
Is there any final comment or questions before we go to a vote?
I had a quick comment, Mr. Mayor. I just really appreciate all my colleagues helping me understand the issue. I think I'm still going to vote no, just on principle, because I'm worried about what the future looks like. But I really do appreciate some of the comments from the dais.
Right. Thank you, Brian. And I hope that we pick up on that the next time we have a chance to discuss this issue. Because we do need to discuss it again before we just ignore it and move on with the things, the options that Edri and Renee have told us about. All in favor, please say aye.
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 All opposed, please say no.
No.
Thank you, everyone. So that motion passes 4-1 with Councilmember McCarthy disagreeing, and we'll close the agenda item at this time. Okay, the next public hearing listed is going to be postponed to August 6th, which is August 6th, our next city council meeting, and that regards mitigation fees for new development. So the next hearing that is not postponed is to introduce our municipal code Title 17 regarding garden structures. And Nick McElroy, is that your last name, Nick?
Yeah, Nick McElroy. Excuse me.
Can you say it again?
McElroy.
McElroy.
Yeah, McElroy.
Irish?
Irish, Scottish, yeah.
Thanks. I was going with the Irish only version.
You don't follow golf. There's a very famous McElroy.
What's his first name?
Rory.
Rory.
Rory McElroy.
There we go. Can you tell us your position title?
I'm the senior planner here with the planning department.
All right. Thank you, Nick.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor, City Council. So tonight I'm here to present on targeted amendments to the municipal code. These include accessory structures, fences, and staff level review. And again, my name is Nick McElroy. So it's a pretty dense amount of information. So I'm going to break this down into these 6 different sections. I'm going to speak about garden structures, as the mayor mentioned. And then I'm going to move on to use regulations, specifically talking about beer and wine permits. And then I'm going to move into fences, talking about height, yards, focusing on accessory structures and setbacks. And I'm going to move into staff approvals and procedures, and then updates to the residential districts that are corresponding with these other changes. A little bit of background here. So I've been with the city for almost 4 years now. And as I go through my normal course of business, whether it's code enforcement, working with people at the counter, or actually just reading the code and implementing the code, I make note, other staff members make note of changes that need to be made. That's what brings us here today. So it's a lot of information. So we actually did an informational presentation to the Planning Commission back in April, and then we brought it to this Planning Commission just last month. They unanimously approved this resolution with some minor changes, which you have before you today. So the focus here is really to streamline the ordinance as best we can, make it clear for the public. There are some sections that when I first came to the city, it took me longer than it should have to understand what they were talking about. Accessory structures, the setbacks were very confusing. You have to read 2 different code sections to understand how it applies to a single family home. And if it's complicated for staff, it's even more complicated for the public. And I also wanted to formalize our administrative process for different administrative reviews and also clean up the ordinance as I'm going through it. There are some sections that no longer apply, so I'm removing those. And then really this is also to bring our code more in line with the changes we're seeing at the state level. So as a state every year passes more and more streamlining bills, specifically for housing, this is going to be in line with that. A lot of these changes really impact homeowners in Marina. And so this is going to bring our code more in line with what's happening at the state level. So to start off, an accessory structure that we've been treating as an accessory structure is garden structures. So we've been treating these so far as a structure that like a shed, but really these are open structures that are designed to have plants grow on them. They're to provide shade. Our code did not mention these up until now to this proposal. And so we proposed to add a definition and then add this throughout the different residential districts. Just for edification purposes, a garden structure is an arbor, a trellis, a pergola, arches, things you'll see in a garden, maybe along a fence. I don't know. Oh, there we go. Next, we have beer and wine permits. Currently in the city of Marina, this requires a use permit with a public hearing. This is a pretty big impediment for small businesses that want to provide beer and wine with food. Similarly, for a small grocery store to sell beer and wine, they would need to go through a use permit public hearing. I've had members of the public come to me at the counter to request this permit. And when they find out the fee is $5,000, they withdraw their interest because it's too cost prohibitive for them. And so this is really to support these small businesses in Marina. Further, this is also very common in the rest of the peninsula. Almost every other city in the peninsula has this as an administrative use permit for this type of permit, as well as multiple agencies throughout the California. So this is bringing our code up to current standards as well. Next up, we have fences. So some changes to fences. First and foremost, currently, if you want to exceed 6 feet in height for a fence or retaining wall, it's going to require a variance application. And so the intent is to bring in a staff level permit to exceed this for retaining walls and fences. Really, the focus here is we have a variance coming up for the next planning commission meeting next month, or this month, I should say, next week, for a variance for a retaining wall to protect some trees. And so this is a situation where we have seen it before for different developments. And so we're looking to amend this code because we haven't had any public feedback during these meetings, and there hasn't been that much discussion at planning commission. So we really find that this could be looked at a staff level. As part of this, of course, we do have the ability for this community development director to bring it up to a public hearing if needed be. And also on this page, you also see the visibility triangle. So currently, if you have fences or if you have a corner lot, the property owners are not allowed to put up a fence that exceeds, I believe it's 2.5 feet. This is already in the code. This is in 10.70 in the Public Works Code. And we wanted to add this to the planning code as well, because we are the ones that actually talk to people about fences. So this is to make it clear. We're adding this diagram that you see here on the screen. This will be actually added to the code, really looking to make it clearer for the public. This is our current code for fences. That's in the section. It's showing sort of a diagram: front yard setback, street yard, side yard setback. And this is the changes. So first change, retaining walls in the front yard setback, just increasing it to 2 feet when in combination with a fence, not changing the overall height at all. This is to account that there is more grade changes in Marina, and so some people do need slightly more of a retaining wall, so this would address that. Similarly, in interior sides and rear yards, also increasing the retaining wall from 3 feet to 4 feet when in combination with a fence. This would still keep that limit at 9 feet, but it would give a little more wiggle room. There is more topography, I believe, than was originally intended, and this has come up multiple times for property owners who want to add a retaining wall and a fence in combination in their yard. And so I wanted to give a little more wiggle room for this. And then there are these odd shaped lots in Marina. There's a lot of cul-de-sacs in Marina. And so this would address yards that are pretty much all street side yard setback or front yard setback to allow for them to propose a backyard or a side yard, so to speak. So that would allow them to have a 6-foot fence with staff level review. So not changing the by right rules at all, but would just add a staff level review if they wanted to add a 6-foot fence in the front or street side yard setback. And then the rear yard and interior side yards, similarly, if there is quite a bit of elevation change. So for fences and retaining walls, allowing them to be up to 8 feet in height with staff level review, not changing the by right of 6 feet. And then we're also adding temporary fencing. This is going to be reflected with the rest of the code for blighted properties and active building permits. It's just codifying this. Prohibiting razor wire and barbed wire unless it's used for public safety. And then prohibiting gated communities to be consistent with the general plan. And so for yards, for yards currently, we have, we currently have design review required if you have a accessory dwelling, accessory structure without, that's not habitable. Requires a public hearing or a variance to exceed these standards. And so what we're asking today is to make this a staff level review, and then also simplifying our setbacks. As I mentioned to start this presentation, setbacks are pretty confusing. We would also be making them come in line with accessory dwelling units at 4 feet. And then we're also adding, as I said, a staff level review. And then we're also proposing to limit concrete or hardscape to 50% of the residential lot. This is to really comply with our stormwater ordinance and help out public works. We currently have some property owners paving over their entire yard, and this creates a nuisance for other property owners in the city of Marina. I will note that we aren't going to be looking at people's backyards unless we get a complaint or if we go in the backyard as part of a residential property inspection. And the goal of this is really going forward. So if you have a lot now that's paved over more than 50%, we're not going to go after you now. It's going to be going forward. So this is not retroactive. And now we move on to staff level approvals and procedures. Won't go into too much detail here, but these are going to apply to all the things I've talked about in this presentation. And it formalizes staff level review, creates the process, introduces minor variances. These are for small, simpler variances, such as small changes to yard development standards, such as setbacks. And it really is, like I said in the beginning of the presentation, to streamline the process. And it brings our code in line with other jurisdictions. And then all these changes are going to be reflected in all the residential districts. We are also doing some minor changes like removing private stables from R1. The code requires that a private stable be at least 1 acre in size. We don't really have any lots that are 1 acre, and it also doesn't really fit with our R1 district anymore. And then, of course, all the different changes to height, accessory structures. I will mention there was a question from the city council about the height of accessory structures. So currently the code stipulates that if your accessory structure is 1 foot from the property line, it can be up to 10 feet in height. And then if it's 12 feet or higher or 12 feet or lower, has to be 5 feet from the property line. So what we're proposing today is 12 feet in height, at least 4 feet from the side yard setback and the rear and the interior side. So a little bit different. And just to recap, we went over garden structures and adding them to the zoning ordinance. I talked about making beer and wine permits an administrative use permit to help out small businesses, looking at really streamlining and allowing flexibility for fences, making clear regulations to help customers with the yards and accessory structures, formalizing the process for staff level approvals and procedures, and then updating the residential districts for internal consistency. So here's the recommended motion. I did have some very minor changes to the ordinance, which I have, you all have before you, with a revision on the, written on the top. And this is the recommended motion. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Nick. Let's go to a public hearing for the public to express their comments. Everyone has up to 3 minutes. Let's start with those in attendance here. Come on up, please. Good evening, Grace.
Hi, Grace Silva Santella. So I was one of the residents who many years ago paid a hefty price to the city to apply to the Planning Commission for a variance to put a fence on top of an existing concrete retaining wall. And I think this is an excellent recommendation being made to you. I did talk to Nick prior to the meeting. I wanted to be sure that we would continue to have 3.5-foot tall front yard fences. I don't want to see 6-foot fences suddenly appearing in my neighborhood. I like having the openness of our community and our neighbors. And he assured me that would not be the case, that we would continue to have what's currently happening. And what I just have one question, and that is, how would staff look? I like that not to exceed 50% concrete coverage, but what about decomposed granite? When I was in the landscape business, the city of Carmel, Pacific Grove considered DG, especially if it had this coating on it, as non-permeable surface, so a hardscaping surface. So I think that that should be clarified in the ordinance, but I think this is a good change and a good recommendation.
Thank you, Grace. Anyone else wishing to speak who's here present? Not seeing anyone. Let's go online. Anyone online that wishes to speak, please raise your remote hand. And we'll give you a moment to do so until we close public comment. Okay, we'll close public comment. And thank you, Grace, for your comments. Let's go to council for any discussion or questions. Mayor Pro Tem Vischer.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you, Nick, for your presentation and for replying to my detailed questions that I submitted. And I only have, and I agree with Grace, wherever. Oh, there, all the way in the back. Thank you for your remarks, because I agree with both of those. One of my questions was, would permeable pavement be allowed? And the answer was yes. And my other question was, how are we going to enforce backyards? And Nick already explained that people will not be going, our staff will not go into people's backyards to check on the percentage of pavement. I think if you think they're already not as happy to see people flipping open their garbage, people going in the backyards, that will be really not good. But of course it will be hard to check on homes when you said it can be when they get inspected, when a home gets sold. Only if it's a home that hasn't been constructed yet now, it will be hard to figure out when was the backyard installed. But I understand this will be a process for a long time. And I really do appreciate our city being concerned about permeable pavement or landscaping. The only thing that I had that Nick replied that staff wouldn't have a problem, I think, with amending. And I don't know where exactly it is in the code. Nick will know. It was in the staff report, the second paragraph on page 2 for the minor variances. It says that staff can determine, for fences over 8 feet in height. And I thought, there's no limit to that. So I would like to see this changed into at 4 feet above the standard for fences and retaining walls. And Nick said that this would cover most of the variances that staff sees. So just to put a limit on how high we let staff determine to go. So those were my remarks. And thank you for cleaning this up, because I might be the only council member who had to check the municipal code for my work regularly. And I found out that to find something about fences, you had to go to height, chapter about height. And I thought that is not very logical, but that's the way they do it in Marina, okay? So I'm very happy that this is now finally being cleaned up. So thank you all.
Thank you very much, Elizabeth. Let's go to Councilmember Biala.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm so glad we have some council people who really love the details. And I'm so grateful, Nick, that you spent all the hours like going through all these details. It's amazing. And for the planning commission, because we have a great planning commission of 7 people. And so I have faith that that they have looked at all of these details. So I have to say that I have not gone into, you know, the text. So I just want to say thank you very much for all the diligent people that have really gotten into the details of this ordinance and that we are now in compliance with state regulations. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Kathy. Let's go to Councilmember McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor. A couple quick questions. One on the equestrian use, kind of interesting. My neighbor is one of those that used to have a horse. For those that have lived here for a long time, you may remember, you could see it from Highway 1. We're one of the few cities that still has an equestrian center. I'm just wondering what the real value in removing that language is. As it was mentioned, nobody really uses it, but given that we have the equestrian center, if somebody wants to, you know, I do actually think there are still some parcels where stables could potentially be used in Marina. So anyway, kind of a comment. I'm not gonna die on my horse. Is that the word? I don't know, but
Only if your horse has a sword.
but the second one that I am a little bit more concerned about is the permeability piece. Many people may not realize, but those requirements are in place to comply with the Clean Water Act to prevent stormwater runoff. We've talked a lot about this notice of non-applicability that we're going to be seeking in the future. Kind of actually really concerned that we're putting out there that we're not going to, you know, look at people who have broken the current code historically. I know in the 20 years that I've lived here, I've often heard people say, "Oh, I'm going to pave my you know, driveway, but don't tell the city." In other words, I know this is wrong, but I'm going to do it anyway, and I'm going to do it now because hopefully I can be forgiven later. So I think they're just the messaging that we're not going to go back and look at that begs a lot of questions for me. Again, there's you know, a lot of compliance issues with environmental regulations. There's a reason why the code requires that groundwater percolates on your lot and doesn't go into your neighbor's lot. It doesn't go into the stormwater discharge system. So you know, I don't know that that needs to change anything in the code, but more on a staff level, I think that we may need to look at that and certainly not put the message out there that, you know, we're not going to go look in your backyard, so do whatever you want. No, the requirement is that you have 50% permeability. You could be potentially subject to fines in the future if you choose to break that code. So yeah, those are my comments. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Vischer.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, and I think information is the way to go. You know, instead of threatening people with fines, it's just to explain why the city has these and probably has this new regulation soon. So, and I just wanted to add what Nick replied to me when I asked how is this going to be announced, shared with the public. So if the changes are adopted, staff will put out a news release on our website, update our development standard handouts, and reach out to the Dunes and Sea Haven with this information. Further, staff can add a disclaimer to the news release that properties with HOA are still subject to the HOA's regulations. So I'm still kind of an HOA manager as well. So, but thank you for that, because it's important to share. And fortunately, we have now this public relations firm that is going to put this in a beautiful flyer or a digital or however, but it will be shared with the public and explanations will be added, I'm sure, to tell people why. So thank you.
All right. Well, we can build a motion. I'll start by motioning that we amend the Marina Municipal Code, Title 17, regarding these additional sections and changes to sections listed in the staff report, and find this action is exempt from environmental review of the CEQA guidelines. And if anyone would like to add to that motion, first, let's get a second.
I'll second. And can I add and I would like to add the change that we discussed in the email with Nick, that for minor variances for fence heights, at 4 feet above the standard for fences and retaining walls. And that is instead of for fences over 8 feet in height.
Nick, any downside to that?
Nope, and so the section is 1755.030, and then I would just add it to E and F. So E is retaining walls over 8 feet in height, and then fences and retaining walls in combination over 12 feet. Just add it to both of those.
Yeah, that's what
Yeah,
she meant.
so E
I
and F.
knew he would know the
Yeah.
exact numbers.
Okay, so my motion accepts that friendly amendment as a second hold.
Yes, it does.
Okay, do you have anything else? Brian?
Yeah, I guess just a clarifying question for Nick. So
Yeah.
if an entity wanted to pave their entire lot, but had those underground percolation chambers, I mean, is that an exception or are we still saying no? So if all that runoff, in other words, was directed underground on their parcel,
Yeah. So currently the way it works, if you're going to build like a multifamily house property and you're creating more than 2,500 feet of hardscape or change under the Public Works code, they have to go through a grading permit. And that's when our engineer would look at that and make sure that they have the correct drainage for that lot. So that happens for multifamily and commercial properties all the time. This is really addressing the single family properties that aren't redeveloping their lot. They just don't want to weed their yard, for instance. So it's really addressing those yards.
but I think of as we encourage ADUs and more dense housing, we know that R1 doesn't look like R1 of yesterday. I still see some problems there. I mean, which it may sound like is going against what I just said, but maybe there's some need to kind of rethink that a little bit and ensure that if somebody wants to build an ADU and pave everything because it's a requirement to build the ADU and junior ADU, we allow that, but in compliance with stormwater runoff laws and all of that kind of stuff. I wouldn't want to tell someone they can't build an ADU simply because they can't hardscape enough of their backyard or.
Yeah, and this applies to the yard beyond fit structures. So the code calls it just focused on the yard not covered by structures. And then there is the ability for the homeowner to apply to pave over more than 50% of the yard with review by the city engineer. So we still allow people can still do that. They just need to be reviewed by our engineer to make sure there's no issues with runoff.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'll leave it like that with just kind of a reminder that I think there is some value in going back and looking at how stormwater runoff happens throughout the R1 district.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Any final input before a vote? It is introducing an ordinance. Roll call, please.
Councilmember McAdams. Oh, Councilmember McCarthy.
Yes.
Councilmember Biella.
Here.
Mayor
Yes.
Tim Fisher.
Yes.
Mayor Delgado.
Yes, thank you. That motion passes 4-0 unanimously with those of us present. If there's no council objection, the city manager said that we can postpone the shopping cart public hearing for August 6th, which is our next meeting, to be able to go on to our action items. I see I'm sorry, Guido?
If we're not doing the shopping cart ordinance today, I just wanted to thank Nick and Shane. Nick is going to be the Sand City planning manager after August 1st. And so I've really enjoyed working with him. And Shane's going on to bigger and greater things. Part of internships is to give people opportunities. And so he got an permanent job with a consulting firm up in the Bay Area. So we just wanted to publicly thank them. And I've really enjoyed working with Nick. His can-do attitude, everything I've given him, he's knocked out of the park. And it's been a real blessing the last 3 years. I've had a dream team of Nick and Allison working glove and fist together. And so it's a sad moment, but it's also obviously very happy for them to get an opportunity. So
say something about Shane.
Shane's great. He's only been here 9 months. He's already presented the planning commission twice. He was going to present today, but the item is going to get pushed off. So he won't get that opportunity. But he did all the research for the shopping cart ordinance and did all the outreach. And so we just wanted to publicly acknowledge him. So thank you. So.
Mr. Mayor, can I ask, is there a way that we can just have them do their presentation and then table it and for public comment and discussion? Or
How about we postpone it? I mean, have it after the action items, or just there's a lot of people that have been here for hours on a particular item, like Patton Park.
I mean, and we have the speed limit item too, which I think we've already lost some folks, which I'm okay with tabling that too, if we can.
Sure. That's after, yeah, sure.
So
because that's, no,
I'm so,
No, go ahead. I want, after you finish this.
so let's hear from council what you want to do. Go ahead.
Can we ask him how long his presentation is? So can we just do the 5-minute presentation and table it and then we're done? And then we haven't lost the opportunity to hear from him, which we'll never have again.
I know, but I'm sorry. I look at in the audience and they've been here for so long. I'm sorry because we have, that much. I apologize for you, but there are some pressing issues.
Okay,
that
so
we-
it's 1-1 so far. Elizabeth?
Okay, let's just keep on going. Let's skip it. I'm sorry, but I agree that we need to.
Okay. Doesn't matter what
Yeah,
I
we need to
think.
keep it
I get to cop out. I would have said yes, Shane. Thank you very much, Shane. I'm sorry we're not hearing it tonight.
Sorry. Thank you very much though for all your services.
I wonder if he could zoom in and present it. Would that be possible? On August 6th? August 6th, you can present it to us. Yes, August 6th. Can we put him first?
Yeah.
Oh, Nick was going to be making it, but you can make it too. Well, you can join us.
I will zoom in.
Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Mayor, may I make a point of order?
Sure, point of order, Councilmember Fiala.
Thank you. Thank you. So my point of order is that we lost council. What?
Couldn't hear you.
We lost Councilmember McAdams somewhere during the time, and I kind of feel strange that one of us would be not here, present on the dais, and no one makes any comment about it, or we don't register it formally. I think we need to. There are some people listening without seeing the dais. They would never know until a vote is taken.
Okay, Councilor McAdams left the building.
I understand she did not feel well.
Yeah, but still, I think we just need to make a note that we still have a quorum, but that one of us is absent.
We have a quorum. We have 4 people present. We need at least 3. And we hope that Councilman McAdams is going to recover well and it's not very serious. Okay. Now, Brian, what would you like to do with the speed limit item?
I mean, I'm certainly okay with postponing it.
Okay.
If that's okay with staff.
Rest of council, okay? Okay, we'll do that and we'll move on. We have 2 other items. The first of which is to receive a status report and provide additional direction to staff on activities relating to Lock Patton Park. Allison, thank you for being here tonight for another item.
My pleasure. Again, I'm Allison Hunter. I'm the planning manager for the city of Marina, and here tonight on this item to just present a quick background to how we got to where we are today, and then request further affirmation from the council on a couple of things that we've already talked about, and then update you on some newer items pertaining to Lock Patton Park. Okay, there we go. All right, so just a quick background. As you recall, on May 6th, after you had a joint meeting with the Monterey Peninsula Regional Park District Board on April 29th, the council directed city staff to work with district staff on the following items. The first item is to draft an MOU, a lease, or another type of instrument needed to develop an approximately 1 acre Asian community garden. This would, of course, identify necessary permits and CEQA review that would be required for the development of such a park. The second item was to prepare an agreement needed to allow city to trim the existing cypress trees that are on district property, and also to prepare a new agreement to clarify roles and responsibilities between the city and district in terms of ongoing maintenance activities, and also request that the district remove the remaining radio tower equipment on their property. And then to continue coordinating to ensure that existing and future improvements on district property are properly authorized, including but not limited to the following: existing Martin Luther King Jr. sculpture garden and existing oak woodland garden and all of the bits and pieces that go along with that. And then also to consider the potential development of an Asian community garden and potential development of a children's sensory garden. Additionally, council directed city staff to prepare a comprehensive pond management / maintenance / restoration plan based on one of two strategies. One would be a CEQA exempt, in air quotes, cutting the green tape restoration based management plan, which is definitely the more streamlined, less expensive way to go about perhaps meeting partial goals for the actual pond maintenance activities, or a larger, more inclusive, long-term management plan that is not typically associated solely with restoration. So that would include some activities pertaining to opening the pond for better visibility, like tule removal, trail and access improvements, construction of a bridge, etc. Yes.
Let me ask to extend this meeting to the end of this item. So I'll motion that we do that.
Second.
Any input before we go to a vote? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, please say no. Okay, thank you. Please continue.
Sure. What is not noted on this slide, but I did want to add is, oh, sorry. My second bullet is also begin discussions with the district on a land swap. Oh, where's the chief? Okay. Begin discussions on a potential land swap so that each entity, either the district or the city, may be able to better meet their own missions and community goals. On this slide, I wanted to add a quick explanation of what we mean by open space, and just to let the council and the public know that as this property is located in the coastal zone, it is subject to our local coastal program. And it is currently planned both open space and, sorry, my voice is going away, open space and public facility. 2 properties are zoned public facility, but up at near the seaside circle, but the vast majority of the property is planned for open space. And this designation limits development based on habitat and scenic values or hazards. And public recreation facilities are permitted, which enhance the use of open space areas such as parking, access improvements, restrooms, interpretive signage or centers, and visitor contact stations. So I just wanted to throw that out there because there has been some discussion about what do we mean by open space? How are we defining things? So that's just letting you know what currently exists there. As I mentioned sometime recently, we are, of course, and we're having a workshop, but we are in the throes of updating our local coastal plan. So this is a very good time to make sure we define land use and zoning on this property through that process as well. Okay, continuing. Oh, shoot. I think this is not the most current. Okay. Continuing on through time. So as many people know, the Park District Real Property Committee members Lee and Markham had a public meeting. It was not a hearing, but public meeting on June 11th to receive additional background information from their staff on the plethora of deed restrictions and acquisition documents and much more detail about their portions of the park that have just been more unearthed as we've been researching over the last several months. MPRPD staff presentation included a description of restrictions relating to the subject parcels. That whole presentation is included in your staff, your packet, as well as MPRPD's staff report is all included in your packet. The restrictions that remain outstanding that we've come to determine really simply pertain to two sets of parcels. So you can see the red on this slide indicates assessor parcel numbers 5 and 6, and the blue indicate 2 and 3. And they apply like this graphically. So those properties encircled in red are owned by the Park District, and the properties encircled in blue are owned by the city. Actually, the westernmost property in blue is co-owned by the city and the district, which makes it even more complicated. But basically, the point of those, of calling those out, is just to note that we do know there are some restrictions. The larger red property is restricted by the mitigation area that was part of the incidental take permit from many years ago, but that's still kind of a outlying situation we need to resolve. And then also there were some restrictions relating to the Park District's acquisition of this property that would just need to be all kind of sussed out as we continue working through this. And then the blue properties are constrained by requirements through the Coastal Conservancy grant funding that applies when the city acquired these parcels. And those restrictions pertain to open space recreation uses. Let's see. Okay, since that June 11th meeting, we have unearthed some more opportunities. The first is having to do with a 1985 settlement agreement with the Sierra Club, which restricted the city from certifying or adopting any negative declarations or mitigated negative declarations under the California Environmental Quality Act, also known as CEQA, for any project in the coastal zone. So not just relating to Lock Patton Park, but any development in the city's coastal zone that required a coastal development permit and CEQA review would require an EIR, environmental impact report, unless it was found to be categorically exempt from CEQA. So since June 11th, we've been talking with Sierra Club executive committee members, and they are supportive of considering an amendment to this 1985 settlement. It has already been amended several times over the years to consider specific development on lot 43, which is also known as the Isaacson property, which if you go back to this map, it's the long skinny triangle just east of the red line and north of the blue. That's the Isaacson property, also known as lot 43. Sorry. So there's some progress being made that might help us conduct our required environmental review should we go forward with a project on that property, lot 43. Second item is it has come to our attention that in 2004, the Park District recorded or filed, thank you, filed a notice of exemption pertaining to the acquisition of lot 43, stating that one of the uses that was proposed would be for open space recreation, along with a couple of other categorical exemptions. And there's been some confusion about whether or not that 2004 CEQA notice of exemption would preclude certain development to occur on that property. It is our professional opinion that those exemptions were used correctly at the time in 2004, but they do not preclude new development coming forth, through the pipeline that is subject to permitting and any kind of new CEQA review. So if a new project comes along, then we would conduct the environmental review that's required at the time. Also, the third item is regarding the 2005 master plan. We have not been able to find any record that the city council adopted the document as its own, but the plan is a guidance document and does not preclude the development of any of the existing or potential projects specifically on lot 43. So it is a guidance document and is not a hard and fast regulatory document. This is not exactly what I wanted to say, so I'm going to say exactly what I wanted to say, which is on my slideshow here. So to conclude, through research undertaken over the past several months, the city has learned that the district's historic role has been to acquire properties for the purposes of parks, recreation, and open space uses. The city then, through leases and/or other agreements, was tasked with operating and maintaining these lands as a city park. So now moving forward, what we need to do is to negotiate a new agreement of some type with the Parks District that addresses the city's needs moving forward. So we did have a 1987 lease. It has since expired. We may seek to pursue some of the details of that old lease, but we would enter into a brand new agreement of some kind with the Park District that meets both of our needs in a better way. And then finally, staff requests that the city council reaffirm the items listed herein and direct the city manager to prepare a letter to the Park District Board formalizing these goals and specifically the city's interest to pursue the following developments: an Asian community garden, a children's sensory garden, and ongoing improvements to the Oak Woodland area. And that concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions.
We go to the public next, except for clarifying questions. Does anyone have any clarifying questions? So mine is,
Point of order, Mr. Mayor. We
Yeah.
don't do clarifying questions anymore, according to our rules of order.
It's true.
There is, it's recorded in an adopted resolution.
That's what I recall too.
that's what I recall too. I just forget.
Okay.
So let's go right to public comment, starting with those people in the room. Please stand and come up to the podium. You have up to 3 minutes.
Doing what you guys do. I know you're all, I'm Dan Landrum, by the way. You're all familiar with the concept of the tragedy of the commons and the complexity of interjurisdictional, spaces. And it applies here just like it applies to agriculture, just like it applies to almost anything. And just want to say thank you for being willing to wrestle with this, because it's complicated and you do have the potential for the problems that happen with the tragedy of the commons to just sink an amazingly good thing. And I just hope you all keep in mind, and I'm sure you will, the real life good stuff that happens in that whole park area every single day. It's not just on the weekends. When on the weekends, it's an amazingly energizing place to be, with people volunteering their time. And it's the kind of thing that keeps the blight from taking place, like you just dealt with in a situation earlier, where you've got people willing to give their time and their talent to get out there and make it happen. And you want to keep those people encouraged, and they're encouraged by seeing you fight, to get it all worked out. And so I know it's a slog. I know we all think, well, why can't we just do this? Well, it's because it's complicated. So thank you for sticking with it, and I'm sure you'll get it resolved.
Thank you, Dan.
Hi, good evening. My name is May Dungo, and I also want to thank you for what you do. I mean, this is really a hard job that you guys are in, to make all these decisions. Sometimes they're all really difficult. Um, I have worked hard and followed all the rules as a first generation Filipino, now American immigrant. Life is fast and it's not always easy. But one thing I've learned from my culture and from living in Marina is that beauty and peace help us heal. The Asian American Garden will be a place to rest and reflect. I feel pride and peace, and that's why I also support the food forest and the children's sensory garden, spaces that brings people together, feed our bodies and mind, and create joy in nature. I also support any marina library activities and many other activities at the Lakpadon Park. I have many love and respect for all the volunteers who makes Marina a wonderful place to call home. Please allow the Asian to be a part of our city by creating the Asian American Garden for everybody to enjoy. I hope Marina will be united in voice in advocating for the regional park district tomorrow. We want self-determination of what Lakpadon is to become. Please listen to the collective voices that want Lakpadon to become a true community sanctuary. Please help us grow something meaningful together that we can enjoy for many generations to come. This is a legacy project that will symbolize the presence of the Asian of our generation who are willing to work to make this project a reality. We can no longer go back to the past. However, whatever project we did not build, but we have today to work on it, the future is not promised to us. Thank you for all your hard work and dedication to our city. Respectfully yours, May.
Thank you, May.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and all council members. My name is Young-Soo Oh. I came to the United States 46 years ago from South Korea. And, my family work hard, very hard, try to make a living and also raise family here. So I have two sons, middle 30s and one grandchild. I'm here today to support the Asian American Garden. I think this is something that as the May even mentioned about that, this is a historic things. I think all the city and council members, you guys doing really great job. I think the Marina is a really booming town, consider the, in the county, one of the, growing cities. And I think having like a beautiful park in the center of Marina is really addition. So this is just good thing for many years to come. So I really want you to support that. I know there's some problems, but you guys really smart and great. So you guys gonna overcome all those difficult issues, and we really counting on you. Please support the Rock Pattern Park with all the projects. We can work together. Thank you.
Young Suo.
Hello, Mayor Delgado. Good to see you again. And all council members and City Manager Lee. My name is Young San. Few of you guys knows me, and I've been a resident for Marina for a long, long time. Now I moved out of Marina, but I still come to Marina and I love Marina and I love to support Marina business as well. And my son now resides in the Marina house that I grew up in. So I do come here very often, and I do live in Peninsula over 55 years. So what I wanted to say is I often think about what we going to give our children that I had them here, but I want them to learn Asian heritage, or since I'm Korean, especially Korean, and I actually raised them very strictly. Now they know why, but I want to give them more than assets or the things or any kind of objects. When I heard about Asian American Garden, I was so happy about it. And then I heard about other things. So I was kind of a little sad, but so I just like to say a few things. Instead of just assets or things, I'd rather give them a real history. And they know about Marina as well. When I came here in 1972 in the Marina, there was nothing here. Now look how big it is. And adding an American Asian garden will be such an excellent ideal, and it'd be so beautiful here. And why not make a City of Marina beautification instead of weeds growing? So heritage is not just the books and the land plaque about our immigrant history, because it will be Asian and all Americans we are all Americans will enjoy so much. I even told my friends, and they said, about time, City of Marina will have something beautiful, and it's beautiful garden that we could enjoy. I know this is not a City of Marina's decision, and I know this is, of course, its original park district cooperation and support. But as Young Suo said, we're gonna totally trust in you guys. Make it happen. And thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Young San.
Good evening, council members. My name is Elpidio Stolas, and proud resident of Marina. My parents immigrated here from the Philippines in 1968 with $40 in their pocket. At the time, the United States needed teachers, and my father was a professor in the Philippines, and my mom was a teacher. They left 4 kids in the Philippines to come here to the United States with $40. Sometimes it feels like Asian people are treated as guests in America, even after many generations of being American citizens. But Marina is our home. We are not guests. We are part of the city's heart and history. The Asian American Garden is a peaceful, powerful way to show that. Specifically, I stand in full support of the new projects being proposed of the Asian American Garden, the Food Forest, and the Sensory Garden, each of which reflects deep local care for the people, culture, and the environment of Marina. I strongly reject the idea that these new projects in Lock Pattern Park should be removed from these community center plans or repurposed under an alternative vision that ignores Marina's expressed desires. I understand that there are several historical and very old legal documents that suggest preserving the original condition of the lock potted park, but the land is anything but natural now, with no sandgilia present, with tons of invasive weeds over much of the park, a pond in major need of cleaning, hidden places for homeless encampments. But we also have many documents that speak to passive recreation and walking paths, spaces for community activities, and the creation of important man-made structures like our library and an MLK Jr. statue that contribute to community education. The Regional Park District should not disregard or override Marina's desire, even though they may own Lot 43. The idea that this space would ignore a community-driven process in favor of a vague or regionalized development plan disrespects the people who live here, contribute here, and have already committed years of visioning and volunteering to shape this park. There is no clear-cut legal mandate for one specific use of the park, but there is a clear precedent and even clearer public support for open spaces that foster healing, inclusion, and community care. The old woodland is filled with children's colorful, painted, kindness rocks along pathways. This is what it's all boils down to: kindness and community. Together, these proposed projects send a simple but important message. Marina belongs to all of us.
Thank you, Elpidio. I'm sorry to interrupt. It's my worst part of the job here. We really appreciate your comments. Would anyone else like to speak?
I'm Angie Landrum. I volunteer at the community garden every Saturday, so I have the wonderful opportunity to see familiar faces passing through, walking their dogs. I see small children looking at the painted kindness rocks and loving it. And I really want to encourage the city to adopt the community garden and the other projects as city projects. I think it would be a great help and would encourage more volunteerism. It would be wonderful to know that we have the city's support all the time. And I really want to encourage you to continue supporting and helping us to grow bigger and better. It's doing great right now, but there's always room for improvement, and we really appreciate your support. Thank you.
Thank you, Angie.
Good evening, Grace Silva-Santella. I want to just remind you all that last year in August, you received this report titled Lock Padden Wetland Community Park, a Neglected Gem. It's the result of primarily work by Jeff Markham, who is now our Monterey Peninsula Regional Park District Board Representative for our ward. It also has my name on it and the name of Mike Moeller. This is the result of 169 individuals responding to surveys that were on 3 different social media platforms. 161 of those individuals were Marina residents. 79% of the respondents said the existing wetland habitat is important to their experience of the park. 57% said the wetland features are not visible. 41% said that birding and wildlife viewing is important. 67% said use of the park. They use the park for fitness, walking. 49% said the park condition is poor to very poor. And 77% said they're concerned about homeless encampments. I urge you, council, to work with the park district and spend our city resources to update the maintenance agreement, to work on returning view sheds to the lagoon and maintaining those view sheds, to address safety issues and transient camping in park, to address the tree maintenance that Allison spoke to define the boundaries of the Holiday Inn mitigation area and protect this acreage, and to bring back the amphitheater that once was a very busy, happy space that the Boy Scouts used to use for outdoor programming. I just want to read a few of the comments that some of the respondents had said. The lake used to be visible and it was lovely. We want safe walking and pond viewing, clear away the downed trees. We need additional funding for maintenance of landscape and wetland areas. Less development and gardening. It's supposed to be a natural area. More clearing actually so that we can see the lake and see the habitat. You can't even see the water anymore. We need more information about native ecosystems and habitats. I'd like to be able to see the pond. We need better maintenance of the wetland, a loop around the lake without crossing the train tracks, clean up the water and restore the floating bridge. It goes on. And those, I think the lagoon is the #1 most important priority. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Grace.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members, and thank you all for your hard work and for keeping at it late into the night. My name is Laura Hoover, and I'm here tonight to speak out in favor of the community projects on Lot 43 next to the public library, and to request that the city of Marina take on these projects as city-sponsored projects. That's specifically the Asian American Garden, the Children's Sensory Garden, the MLK Junior Sculpture Garden, and the Oak Woodland Community Garden and Food Forest. These projects reflect Marina's diverse community and bring joy and connection to our residents. They give our community a chance to be outdoors, to connect in person, and to beautify our public spaces. Taken individually, and even more so as a group, these projects have the opportunity to bring tourists and economic stimulus to the city. So again, I encourage the city to embrace the Asian American Garden, the Children's Sensory Garden, the MLK Junior Sculpture Garden, and the Oak Woodland Community Garden. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Laura.
Hello. I just wanted to express my support for all of these projects, including the Asian American Garden at Loch Padden, and I just also wanted to mention that, you know, while we're preening it and beautifying it, you know, I would hope we'd also do so in a way that preserves the habitats and stuff like that. And then also wanted to comment that you know, I think as far as dealing with some of the homeless population that chooses to sleep there sometimes, I think, you know, there are probably some broader economic things we could be doing to keep rent and property values down and keep those people in their homes. Thank you.
Thank you, Fred.
Hello, excuse me. Good evening, everybody. Thank you. I'm also in support of all these projects at Loch Padden Park. And I believe that it's interesting. I heard a comment earlier about someone was mentioning wanting things to be less gardening, more natural. But I think that whoever that comment really was from, they should go and see the garden, because the oak woodland at this point is kind of a manufactured natural habitat, but it is that. And when we speak about cleaning up the pond, taking out trees, moving things around, that's also managed ecosystem. So we're trying to do that for the whole park, I think. And I think that adding to what we already have there with a new Asian American garden, the Children's Sensory Garden, the food forest that's been going on, what's already happening at the Oak Woodland and the Martin Luther King statue, it just brings more reason to go and enjoy. I've found that whole area is a great place for community of all types, both in community involvement, because you can go and you're working and gardening and helping to maintain and restore the land, but also just for pure enjoyment. People can go, I've seen people walking through the Oak Woodland. They're not gardening. They're not trying to get their hands dirty. They just love the fact that it's something that they can experience and they can see. And likewise, we've got that whole swath going down towards the lake, and we could do a lot to bring people into that area as well. There is the large area over on the side, what was circled in red, that is being restored and has been due to a lot of the work from C4SM. But I'm very much in favor of increasing the ability for the community to go and be involved and or just enjoy some great outdoor space in different ways. So it gives a broader appreciation for people to be able to experience out there. So I'd say Asian American Garden, Children's Sensory Garden, also cleaning up the lake and everything. And whether that be with a land swap or however we can make it happen, I think it's important to be able to expand on what we've already worked on there with the library. That whole area is a nice hub for people to be able to experience the community. And it's important for, you know, our broad range community to be able to come together in a way like that. So thank you.
Thank you, Scott.
I ate dinner and woke up. Nancy Amadeo, Marina. I'm not against an Asian garden, but I don't like the changes I'm seeing at Lock Padden, changing it from a quiet place to enjoy the birds. It's a shame that it's been allowed due to disagreements over maintenance of the park between the district and the city. And it's been allowed to become overgrown and you can't really enjoy the beauty of the pond. The first place I ever saw a blue heron was at Lock Padden. And I know I won't see another one the more the park is allowed to change. However, I think directly across the street at Vince DiMaggio, we have a beautiful place for an Asian garden. It not only is a quiet, peaceful area, especially on the lower lawn below where the playground is, but it already has water. There's no irrigation system that would have to go in. It would have to be changed a little bit in order to accommodate an Asian garden. But it would also give people a quiet place to go and enjoy a garden like that. To me, an Asian garden is very symbolic of being peaceful. And with all the activity that is being planned, now we will have not a peaceful place, but a very active place where the Asian garden is currently being discussed. And that disappoints me. There's no reason why we can't maintain Lock Padden as a native space to enjoy the birds, the native birds, the beautiful surroundings, and have the Asian garden, again, creating another peaceful place, but in a place that I think is more conducive. And I've heard it said that, gee, a great place for a wedding, an Asian garden. Well, Lock Padden, to me, is not that place, but Vince DiMaggio, that building was a church at one time and was donated to the city. I don't know how many people know that, but it was a church. There's a barbecue area, beautiful barbecue area, and that lower lawn is not being used in a way that I think could greater express the desire of an Asian garden. And that would be something that I think the council should consider, is not whether or not to have an Asian garden, but what's the best place to put it. And I think it's right across the street, and it would draw people into that park. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nancy.
Hello, everybody. It's good to be with you. My name's Arun Jani, and I'm a professor at CSUMB. I'm in the Agricultural Plant and Soil Sciences program. And I've had the privilege of working with Mayor Delgado quite a bit through the service learning program at CSUMB. CSUMB students are required to take service learning courses regardless of their major. And what that does is it allows them to interact in the community and provide services to the community. So I teach the agricultural service learning course, and through that I've really been fortunate to use the Lock Padden Park, specifically the Oak Woodland Garden and the new food forest, as a living laboratory for the students. So the students have had the opportunity to put together management plans that they've presented in classes. They've gone down to the park, they've collected data, and it's been a really good way for them to take, the technical skills they learn in the major and then apply them to try to improve their community. And Mayor Delgado and Councilwoman Biala, we've talked a little bit recently about different ways to improve the sustainability of a possible Asian American garden, and also the existing oak woodland garden in the food forest. And I'd be happy to help out in any way I can with any of that. Help the city. Been working a lot in recent years with the Elkhorn Slough Foundation, and they've done a lot with removing invasive eucalyptus from conservation land in Watsonville and near Las Lomas. And they've created this product. Some of you may have heard of it, biochar, from the invasive eucalyptus. So I think that whole area could be a good place to apply it for water conservation purposes, because I think that's something really important, to try to just limit the water footprint. And I know the wetland down at the bottom, because it's on a slope, there's the risk of pollutants running off into it. And I've worked a lot with this eucalyptus biochar. We have some really good initial findings from Watsonville with some of the land we've been testing it on as a soil amendment. And I think it could be something really good as a filtration, filtering out pollutants so that they don't make their way into the water downslope. But just wanted to lend my support for the Asian American Garden and the existing projects, and let you folks know I'm here to help if you need anything.
Thank you, Arun. Anyone else in the building before we go online who would like to speak? Okay, it's not seeing anyone. Thank you, everyone, for your comments. Let's go to Jeffrey Markham. Good evening, Jeffrey.
Thank you, Mayor Delgado and City Council and staff and public. As Mayor Delgado said, my name is Jeff Markham. I am the new Ward 1 Director for the Monterey Peninsula Regional Park District. And I'm sorry I'm not able to be with you this evening. I'm not feeling terribly well, so I don't want to share with anything but my words with you. I would like to thank the members of Citizens for Sustainable Marina and the members of the Asian communities of Marina for showing up and continuing to advocate for the projects at Lock Patton Park that you believe in and are so passionate about. I walk through Lock Patton Park frequently, and I take note of the conditions of the park and who is there. And it's always nice to see people enjoying and taking care of Lock Patton Park. Speaking as a ward director, we love to see people in our parks being outside and enjoying the spaces and bringing their families and friends to enjoy and experience this very unique park. In the case of the community garden oak woodland area at Lock Patton Park, that space feels very loved. We hear this all the time, so we thank you for your many years of stewardship and engagement. And to ACOM members, the Park District has heard your desire to create an Asian-themed garden at Lock Patton Park, which will honor the many contributions and unheard gifts that you have given to the Monterey Peninsula and beyond. And our board president expressed our support, and we have heard you, and we hear you tonight. NPRPD and city staff have done a really great job of finding a lot of history about the park. And so many thanks to Allison Hunter and Jake Smith, city and NPRPD respectively, for the great job that they've done, and our attorneys, Renee and Tucker, for wrestling the complexities. My mantra is, now that I've learned everything, that nothing is simple at Lock Patton Park. So please understand that we have a lot of work to do to try to thread the needle to oblige why Lock Patton Park was created and all the acquisition history that was there and the future projects that are being advocated for tonight. As Grace Silva Santella said, what I hear most about in as a Ward 1 from my constituents is the poor condition of the park. And we have a lot of work to do to get that back into condition. And I think that detracts from the responsibilities that we have under which we attained it and acquired it. So we have to be clear what the purpose and vision was and how we kind of thread the needle for what's being asked for today. And it's difficult. And I just ask for everyone to be patient with us. We've just begun the process, and it's going to take a long time to work through all the complexities. It's really complicated. And I'm very confident because we were able to create a park out of nothing by working together. And I'm sure that we can make a really great park in the future by working together. And I look forward to working with the community and city to do so.
Thank you very much, Jeff. Let's go to Stephen Lee. Good evening, Stephen.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Steve Lee, and I'm a resident of the City of Marina and a regular volunteer with the Citizens for Sustainable Marina. First of all, thank you to the city staff for wrestling with this topic. It is, as Jeff said, it is complex, but we're going to get through it, I hope. I am asking the city to adopt the current MLK Sculpture Garden and the Oak Woodland Community Garden with Food Forest and the future Asian American Garden and Children's Sensory Garden as city-sponsored projects. This will help both C4SM and other groups negotiate with the Park District as we develop these projects. I'm sure the council is well aware of the impact of the Sculpture Garden and Oak Woodland on the park, as well as on residents and visitors to the city. Although the Oak Woodland has been developed over the last 12 years or so, we have been carefully recording the number of people and hours dedicated to this project. Over 270 individuals have spent 4,000 hours, not just on the Oak Woodland, but also restoring the landscaping to the front and rear of the library. Earlier this evening, Councilmember McCarthy read out the proclamation for National Parks and Recreation Month. It seems appropriate to adopt these projects this month based on that proclamation. Just to finish, I've also been asked by Teresa Chung of Marina, another volunteer with C4SM, just to make the following comment on her behalf. Loch Padden Park is more than just a park. It's an important gathering place and a central part of Marina's identity. We must continue to protect and invest in Loch Padden Park for the benefit of the community. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Steve. Anyone else online, please raise your hand if you have not yet spoken but wish to. Let's go to Shantae S. Hello, Shantae. Shantae, you should be ready to go, unless we're having technical difficulties. We can't hear you if you're speaking. We see you muting and then unmuting. Right now, you're unmuted. So, Shantae, we can't hear you, although some of us can barely hear you, but I can't. All right, Shantae, I think we're having technical difficulties. And we'll give you one more moment. Shantae is a regular volunteer at the Oak Woodland Community Garden, and she runs the Kindness Rock painting project for families to paint the Kindness Rocks every week. All right, Shantae, we're going to move on because we have to. Anyone else wishing to speak, please raise your hand. All right, we will go ahead and close public comment. Did anyone note any questions that we would like to answer? We usually answer questions at this time. Okay, let's go to Councilmember McCarthy. I'm sorry, Brian. Let's go to our city attorney first and then Brian.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Just had one, wanted to make clear for the record, just that I have not been involved in any discussions with the Sierra Club concerning any amendment. So just wanted to make clear for the record because council has an item 10F14, I think, where they were considering waiver of a potential conflict. So that's all I had.
All right, thank you. Councilmember McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor. I certainly have my fair share of questions, but I want to start, I still have some of the public in the room who favor some of the positive change at Loch Padden Park, as do I. But I have to say, I think we all have collectively been led somewhat astray by some irresponsible actors throughout the years, not only within the city of Marina, but at the parks districts and elsewhere, who have chosen, quite frankly, lack of democratic process and some backdoor deals and some pressure tactics instead of what we usually see is a more legitimate process that guides us through some of these things. And so that things are documented and that we know and have a strong path forward. And for that, I'm frustrated. And quite frankly, it's led us into a little bit of a pickle that we are now trying to unwind. And it's going to take some time. It's going to be difficult. It's going to be at times painful. But I know that the council as a whole is going to be committed to working to unwind some of those things and hopefully starting anew and going through a process that you would normally see for projects like this. And I have to remind myself that, you know, we're talking about essentially not our land, right? I try to think of if somebody came to me and said, hey, you know, here's your house and I want you to do these things, I might be a little bit frustrated, right? And so we have to work very delicately with the landowners to manage some of these projects that we enjoy in the city of Marina. And very specific to the Asian Garden, this is actually the first time that I'm seeing this. If you haven't seen this diagram in the agenda packet, and it's quite stunning, quite frankly. And if I know anything about Councilmember Biala's tenacity, if she can pull this off, or if we as a city can pull this off, and this design comes to fruition, it's going to be quite, quite an amazing asset to the city of Marina. And so, having said that, I have some questions about its viability, not only legally, again, because it's not our land, and there are some very strong restrictions on the land, but also botanically. I don't know, the viability of certain plant material there. But having said that, I favor us going down the path of looking into whether it's viable or not. And so having said that, I do have some questions maybe for staff. In the staff report, there's this reference to a hybrid coastal passive garden. I Googled it and I AI'd it and all these things, and I've never seen such a term. Can you help me understand what that is?
Yes, I believe that term comes from the Sierra Club's national rules and regulations about how they name. It's like a naming characterization for their parks and open space, keeping sort of non-denominational, non-ethnic, more biologically based naming protocol. But that's why we included this in as a fitting the context of the proposed Asian American garden within that. And that's just how they kind of label their open space developments.
And then a children's sensory garden. I've actually only recently heard of this. Was this a project that was approved by the city, or I'm just a little confused?
I am only also recently hearing about this since we began starting back in April. It's not something that's approved through our standard CDP or CDP exemption at this point. So
Okay.
it's
So I guess I'm
on
going to
a
ask
potential list.
Lane, how did that get on the staff report? And
So
how
that,
did I start there?
so that was approved by the council at the motion the council made at the May 6th council meeting. So that was the first time I think on our staff end that we'd heard about it, but that was brought up by, I think it was brought by Mayor Delgado, and the council approved that as part of the project.
I don't recall that, but what is a child sensory garden? I mean, genuinely, I just don't know what I approved, I guess.
It's a place where children play and explore, taste, touch, feel, see, smell. And it would include things such as a mud kitchen, which is very popular throughout the nation. Kids have a transferring stage from like 2 to 7 years old. They love to transfer things and get their hands dirty with mud or sand or water mixing in. And so it's everything that you can imagine that little children would like to play and explore in a natural setting.
Okay. Is there, through the dais tonight, I know the council has heard me talk about many times the desire to kind of increase our Cypress presence, both in maintenance and otherwise at Log Padden Park. Is there room to add stuff to this project list tonight?
Yes, tonight is for direction
Okay.
to staff to take to the meeting tomorrow morning
Okay.
so that the board meeting tomorrow night can be infused with updates from the morning staff to staff meeting.
Okay. I think I'm probably at about 5 minutes and I definitely have more, but I'll pass it for now. Thank you, Mayor.
Yeah, it was 5.5 minutes and we'll try to stick to approximately 5 minutes and we'll have a round robin, for the next 5 minutes. Thank you, Brian. Okay, let's go to Mayor Pro Tem Vischer.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Allison. And thank you to all the people who are here in the room or on Zoom who have spoken and people who have sent in their emails. All the emails that I saw were also in support of the Asian American Garden and the other projects. And one thing I heard really was like, wow, somebody here saying, we are not guests, Marina is our home. I think we often forget that. Sometimes I jokingly ask, how long do I look at me, I'll start over. How long do I have had to live in Marina when I'm no longer considered a newbie? And then you hear people have been here generations and then they are considered guests or they think they're considered. So this is very powerful to me. And for, I know that, I think it was Nancy suggesting Vince DiMaggio Park instead. What I've seen in Vince DiMaggio Park is cars in the park when they use every single square inch to park cars in that park. And it seems that's going every other year. So for me, that's more a park that's being used also for the multicultural events when they use a lot of the space. So for me, that's more a park that's really being used. And speaking about peaceful, the Asian Garden, the one that I have visited in Fresno, thanks to Council Member Biala, might have been even before I was on the council, I can't probably. That is so peaceful. And so I don't know what people envision when they hear this, but this will be a peaceful place for people to walk through, to enjoy nature, to sit on a bench, to look at the stream. So the concept might not be really clear for people if they think it's something that's making the park really busy. And by the way, I read somewhere that the number of visitors, on purpose, it's supposed to be no more than 60 or so. And I thought, well, come visit an Earth Day event in this park, where I think, why do we have parks? We do want people to enjoy the parks. And of course, we also want people to have quiet places. But this park is so large. So even with an annual Earth Day event there, when there are hundreds of people, most of the park is still quiet. It's just that area where the Martin Luther King statue is and the library and where hopefully one day an Asian garden will be there to be enjoyed. The park is large. There are lots of areas for quiet enjoyment. So this is all I have to say. And although, of course, we need to figure out all the issues that there are there. The lease agreement expired a long time ago. Staff, together with staff from the park district, they are working on it. And I thank you for working so hard. And I just like the public, the public trusts us to solve this. I am trusting our staff. I know staff will figure this out. They're working hard on it, and I trust them. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Vitt. Councilmember Biala.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I'm going to kind of digress from speaking off, without reading, but I didn't want to miss any of the points. So I'm going to do a little bit reading. But thank you all for being here. Your voices are so important for us. So we really, really appreciate it. The Asian Americans in Marina have showed up 5 times now in the last year and a half to 2 years before the Regional Park District and also to the City Council here to support the Asian American Garden. And many who attended were first-generation immigrants, very similar to some of the people who spoke here, unfamiliar with public processes, but passionate enough to come and brave standing up in a public forum like this to give a comment. They filled the room sometimes. I was even astounded. And during the MPRPD meetings, they had never had such a turnout. So I just want to say that we had a huge commitment from our community. And at the same time, I've witnessed the incredible dedication of the CS4M volunteers, many of whom are here today, week after week, tending the oak woodland, weeding, planting native plants. They do hand watering and planning new projects like the food forest and sensory garden. Lock Padden Park is in the core of our city. The city just approved our downtown vitalization specific plan and is diligently investing in this area right near the Lock Padden Park. Beautiful medians are planned now, new road configurations, promoting new businesses, new energy, new community spaces. Yet here we are asserting that the park must be remaining in its quote natural condition for fish and wildlife based on decades old documents. But Lock Padden Park is not untouched wilderness. There's already a library, a concrete walkways, a parking lot, bathrooms, the MLK Jr. statue, and a 2005 master plan that calls for bocce ball and volleyball, artificial stream, a head pond, group picnic tables with barbecues. These are not natural habitats. All of these new proposed projects are low impact recreation on open spaces. And thank you, Allison, for giving us a definition of open space that would absolutely fit in this configuration. Marina has already shown our commitment in habitat preservation at Hilltop Park. It's an all-native plant park, thanks to our mayor and all the volunteers, lovingly cared for. And there's also the Salinas River National Wildlife Refuge and the Marina State Dunes Park within Marina's city's jurisdiction. Lock Padden should be for people, for community, for culture. At the Lock Padden, the MPRPD Real Property Committee meeting that I recently attended, it was disturbing to me to hear for the first time an MPRPD staff member openly suggesting in his presentation the idea of an alternate site in reference to the Asian American Garden. This premature statement indicates that a judgment may have already been made that the current proposed location on Lot 43 has been deemed inappropriate or infeasible. To my mind, our city is only in the beginning stages to respond to some of the documents presented by MPRPD as evidence in today's agenda. It's disheartening to see and hear such comments. And I hope that staff, when Elaine goes to the meeting tomorrow, and I don't know who else is going, but that every legal and technical pathway, whether it's MOUs, new agreements, amendments, exemptions, land transfers, whatever, that we also communicate to the regional park tomorrow Marina's overwhelming public support for the project on this proposed Lot 43. As for those who claim there is no way, it only means they have no will. Marina does have that will.
Kathy, I'm
Yes.
sorry. You've been going almost 8 minutes and I just
gosh.
forgot.
Oh, I'm so sorry. And I had a wonderful quote, but I will reserve that.
Save the best for last. Okay. I'd like to ask Allison and or our city attorney if there are any restrictions other than needing to go through CEQA, a planning process for Lot 43, where the Oak Woodland Community Garden, Martin Luther King's sculpture garden, and the proposed Asian garden. Are there any restrictions on that lot?
There are no recorded deed restrictions, and there are no grant restrictions either. My understanding is the Park District used its own funding to acquire that property, so there are no restrictions as far as I know. Nothing's been unearthed.
Okay. Thank you. And do you have any knowledge of the legal interpretation of the MPRPD regarding whether there's any restrictions on Lot 43? Yeah, do you know what the legal, what Tucker, the attorney for MPRPD, does he think that there are restrictions, or does he think there's no restrictions, or don't you know?
I don't think that he believes that. I think their interpretation of the restrictions is the same.
As
The deed-
yours?
Yes, the deed is the deed.
Okay.
So there are no restrictions.
So as far as you know, their legal staff and our legal staff, being you, don't believe there's any restrictions on lot 43.
Same answer.
I know, I just wanted to be
Yes.
clear. Yeah, okay, really important. Another thing that's important is that volunteers were accidentally, the last few years, doing the job of the owner, MPRPD, by taking care of rare plants on what now we refer to as the mitigation area that was set aside to be protected for rare plants because a hotel damaged rare plant habitat, the Holiday Inn Express. So this piece of Loch Padden Park was to be helping the rare plants. And so the volunteers are knowledgeable about plants, saw this rare plant called Monterey Spineflower, and for years have been doing everything they can to promote, encourage, support, expand this rare plant. Now we found out in 2025 that it's part of a landowner responsibility to do what we've been doing. Remove ice plant, remove invasive grasses, help this rare plant flourish on the landowner's land. So their job is going to be a lot easier in the future because now they know that they need to do better in this regard because we've already been doing their job on their land. Because we care, we know, we're aware of the natural and native values on this piece of property. And in the last 18 months alone, since we started keeping track, as Steve said, 4,000 hours of volunteer time in 18 months. 4,000 hours is like 1.4 years of someone's full-time staff that volunteers have been doing week after week, 52 weeks of the year, rain or shine, hard storm, bright sun, every single week. We haven't missed a week in several years. Where else is that happening? And the representative Markham says that he sees the love and the use going on, and he's thankful for those people who have been doing that. There is one, let me check my time here. Does anyone know? Mine says 0.00. I'll go ahead and pass it back to, okay, thank you. So everything's kumbaya in some ways because everything's going so well there. It's so beautiful. But we hear some say that backroom deals, like something wrong has happened there. And since 2013, when the landowner planted 35 oak trees, and then those trees were dying or dead by 2015 for lack of water, the volunteers took over and turned this 35 tree dead, dying, weedy lot into something that I don't know where else you're going to go see something so beautifully contributed by community members and loved and visited by families and little kids and old people and people of all ages and ethnicities go here. But to say that there was somehow background deals when I know, and I've shared all the documents with MPRPD, that everything the volunteers have done, they asked permission first and got nothing but support and written letters saying, emails back from the general manager and the support of the former representative, Kelly Sorensen, who helped plant the plants and brought his kids. He brought the plants from home where he grew them, helped plant them in the ground. He was there and supporting everything, including the Asian Gardens concept, the food forest concept, and then his general manager was supporting it in writing. So we, the volunteers, were following the process the best we could, and the landowners have been giving money to everything that we've done. The community garden, the signs, everything we've done, they've been there to support us financially, morally, and in writing. So I think that with the collaboration we've had in the past, we've created an absolutely stunning and beautiful example of love for nature and community at this place. And the Asian American Garden will bring a whole nother element, but very consistent with a library where you learn inside, you come out and you play in the playground, very developed, but not like a building. And then you move to this children's garden and this Oak Woodland Community Garden. Then you move to this Asian garden. It's like there's something for everybody on what now is extremely ugly, weedy, useless land that nobody uses. And we finally have an Asian garden concept, and some people don't want it. Do you prefer the weeds that are there? That's the ugliest part of the park. And it used to be that way at the Oak Woodland Community Garden. No different. I know I've gone over now. So we'll turn it over to Councilmember McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor. Little confused by your comments because I know I helped plant some of those oaks in 2013 and have helped water them for many, many years since. I'm certainly not the landowner. I understand that there was some approval through Park District General Manager, may or may not be one of those bad actors that I'm kind of referred to earlier. What I also know is that there wasn't a public process through the Monterey Peninsula Parks District with board meetings where the public was invited to speak and the kinds of things that our other parks at Garland and very well loved parks tend to enjoy. I'm curious for staff, the water code says that except by special agreement with the district, no customer shall resell any water or cause any water to be delivered to a premise other than those specified in his application for service. Do we have such an exemption for the city of Marina to provide water to the Parks District?
I do not have the answer to that.
Is anyone aware of any exemption? I would suspect the answer is no. I would hope that the city could find out. Just a little bit problematic, right? If the Parks District does decide to sell that land to some entity, you can understand why that's problematic for them to be served water from another entity, right? That's like if I sold my house and I was getting water from my neighbor, well, the new owner may or may not have the agreement to use that water. So something I think we need to look into. The Oak Woodland is supposed to be a drought tolerant park. It still requires a lot of water, which may or may not be okay. I think that's something that staff needs to evaluate and let us know the pros and cons of that. I suspect that quite a bit of water is being used. Where this becomes problematic for the Asian Garden is, I know Kathy has mentioned using recycled water. The state is very strict on looking at how water is used within parcels before they grant an application for recycled water. In the Monterey region, as far as I'm aware, there's only one entity that has recycled water right now, and that's the Fort Ord Golf Course. And my understanding is they have to meet extremely strict criteria in order to continue to get that recycled water. And if our staff and our city isn't on top of ensuring that we're complying with all of the requirements to submit a recycled water application, then we're only going to set ourselves up for failure down the road. So kind of wanted to bring that to staff's attention and ensure that we can kind of come in compliance with the water code and certainly the ability to get recycled water in the future. I guess, so I lost my train of thought a little bit here. In terms of the EIR, so it sounds like what we're doing is going to the Parks District and saying, hey, we have these things, MLK, Oak Woodland. And even though we heard from the dais that it was approved at some level, it sounds like the Parks District is wanting it to be approved again. Or why are we going back to them and asking for this?
The EIR issue is the Sierra Club settlement agreement.
Okay.
So totally separate from Park District.
Well, I mean, so I guess, okay, so let's table the EIR question for a minute, but we heard from the dais that a lot of these projects have already been approved. So why are we, is the Parks District disagreeing with that, or why are we going back if they've already been approved?
In talking with Jeff Markham, he had asked me for a letter from the council stating that. I agree with you that multiple times the council has said we support these projects. He said he just wanted a letter from that. So I just wanted one final time, be sure the council's okay if I send a letter saying council supports and endorses Asian American Garden, Oak Woodlands, Sensory Garden, MLK, Sculpture Garden.
But ultimately it is their land that we're talking about. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And we don't have any documentation from the Parks District board that approves any of these projects, or do we?
through the mayor, we do have an encroachment permit that was issued in 2023 for the MLK Statue Garden.
So that insinuates kind of approval, but it's not technically an approval for the project. Is that?
That was the instrument they used to authorize
And
that
there was
project.
there was a couple of other instruments. They applied for a coastal development permit from the city for the Martin Luther King Sculpture Garden and for pathways and more garden beds and sitting benches. And the city granted the park district this CDP. And they also gave us a special use permit to do these projects. So those are a couple other tools that were used to approve a lot of what you see there.
Okay, so I know I'm at 5 minutes. Just one final question. Are we hoping that the Park District provides us some further process to approve these, or and I guess this is really for staff, or is the Park District communicating to us that no, they're approved, or not, or are they communicating to us that they're not approved? And maybe if you have to break them up between the 5 projects, that's fine too. And if you're not prepared to answer, that's okay as well, but I think it's really an important question.
I'm looking at Lane.
Yeah, I think through this whole process, we want to get final clarity on these projects. Obviously, as we've worked with the general manager, he is aware of these projects. He has said that they're okay to move forward and put in. I'm not sure what their requirements are for written approvals, what their policies or procedures are with that. But we're through this whole process. That's where we're trying to get just all these things clarified and addressed.
I'll speak for myself as a council member and say that until that goes through a process at the Parks District and gets a unanimous or a majority vote from their board, I'm going to assume that all 5 of these projects are not approved. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much, Brian. Let's go to Councilmember Biala.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Now I get to say my quote here. Yes, okay, and this is a quote from Rene DuBose, a Pulitzer Prize winning scientist, and it's on a permanent plaque at the Epcot Center in Florida. He says, "The Earth is to be seen neither as an ecosystem to be preserved unchanged, nor as a quarry to be exploited, but as a garden to be cultivated for the development of its own potentialities of the human adventure." And it was such a beautiful statement. So, and I think we should go forward with all these projects with this kind of attitude and this kind of goal. So on to my questions. One, I want to do some just cleanup here. This concept design, you said that this is the first time you've seen it. It was presented at the joint meeting. So I'm surprised that you're saying this is the first time. It's not the first time. In fact, the Regional Park District saw this as well. So that I want to just correct that. I do want to also say in terms of the recycled water, it won't be for drinking. It's recirculating recycled water. So I don't know that that's going to have the same kind of restrictions as if we were using recycled water for potable water. So just want to clarify that. Also, Allison, could you put up the picture of the it was from MPRPD, the map, and at the bottom they quoted the NOE language, the CEQA exemption. Because I want to reiterate, because you heard from our attorneys that the CEQA NOE does not dictate what projects go on there, and yet this is being shown on the same page as some of the other. Yes, okay, that's it. This is from MPRPD. And you notice on the bottom, it says project description. Acquisition is to preserve the land in its natural condition for fish and wild conservation, et cetera, habitat preservation. That is on there. It comes from the CEQA notice of exemption from 2004. And the 2005 master plan comes after that. And as our attorney said, this statement does not preclude us from what projects we want on the land, but it kind of suggests here that somehow this is the way the land has to be used in the future. And that's simply not true. So I just want to say that again and be real clear about that. We already covered the open space definition, and it's much broader than maybe some people want to envision what open space is. It doesn't mean untouched natural land. And the condition of that park, as everyone has shown, is really full of weeds. And you know, and if that's what we want to have as the natural condition, I think we need to kind of change our thinking. Also, Arun has left, but he's the PhD. I don't know, but what is his discipline? Agriculturalist, talked about the biochar being applied to the land, because he looked at where the Asian American garden is, which is all just brown and, you know, invasive weeds. And he's doing experimental work on this, and the preliminary results are fabulous. Putting biochar, burned wood, I guess if you can, and taking off the surface of where the invasive weeds will naturally grow back, even if we pull them all out. But remove that and then put biochar and till it in. I mean, we can be part of a kind of an experimental kind of forward-looking way to restore this denuded and weed-filled land. So I'm really excited about that. And just as an update, in the packet, it says approximately 1 acre. I would say probably the Asian American garden might be more 2 acres. So that probably needs to be changed at some point. But anyway, that's all I have to say at this point. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Do you have something, Renee?
Yes, I just want to clarify. So I'm not characterizing the language in the notice of exemption. I'm just stating how CEQA works, which is at the time that the property was acquired, that action that the board took, CEQA needed to be reviewed at that time. And at that time, they determined that that action of acquiring the property was exempt from further CEQA review. So that's the sort of
Yes.
end of that document.
Yes.
And so if you were to propose anything other than that, then you would look to CEQA to see what you need to do.
You mean if you were to propose something besides buying the land, like an Asian garden is not buying the land, then you would have to run it through environmental planning.
Correct.
Okay. All right, let's go to Mayor Pro Tem Vischer.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't know if people have many more things they want to say, but now that Jenny is not here, would you like me to make a motion? And
Well,
not yet?
You can make a motion, but
And then you can still do more, yeah? Because I don't know if the motion can be as simple as this. I move that council reaffirm the tasks listed in the staff reports and direct the city manager to continue working with the Monterey Peninsula Regional Park District staff to accomplish these goals. Can that?
I'll second.
Okay, and now can do more.
All right. About 13 months ago, May of 2024, this dais was seated by the Monterey Peninsula Regional Park District Board of Directors. And they heard a lot of what we heard tonight. And the representative for Marina at that time said, well, I hope this document review doesn't take more than 3 months because we've been waiting a long time for this. It's time to make progress. So I hope that basically in 3 months from May 2024, we would be having staff to staff meetings. But now we're 13 months later, and tomorrow staff to staff meet for the first time. And so I think it's really important that we catch up to the park district that has had some official meetings and had some official direction given to their staff. And here's where we are now. We've had our first official meeting that went into detail and looked at the documents. And now we want to give direction to our staff. What are they going to say? What is the city's position at tomorrow's meeting? So we have a motion that kind of gets us introduced to it. But I would like to read some things that we could direct staff to offer as our position tomorrow. the city position on the 2004 notice of exemption regarding lot 43, the Isaacson property. It's also known, well, yeah, it has the Martin Luther King sculpture, the proposed Asian American garden, the Oak Woodland Community Garden, and the NOE and other documents don't prohibit existing uses or those included in the city council motion passed on May 6th, 2025, which is the Asian American garden, everything I just mentioned. So that we go in with the position that the NOE of 2004 doesn't prohibit existing uses. And we've already heard that our legal attorney and probably theirs or theirs as well is in agreement on that. So I would like our city position tomorrow to be that. The city position on the memorandum of understanding that expired years ago, it may not, our position I'm suggesting would be that it makes not a lot of sense if a new memorandum of understanding commits the city to operate, maintain, and fund Lock Patton Park land assets owned by MPRPD for all of these significant needs to be at no expense to MPRPD. That is, our position is if we're going to do everything and we're going to pay for everything, it doesn't make sense that we pay for all the assets of MPRPD. That the ownership of LPP, the Lock Patton Park, by the city may be the fairest and cleanest option. If we own it, we'll do everything. If someone else owns pieces of it, they should probably help do stuff as far as pay for it. So I'm only saying that our position should be whatever new agreement we come up with, it may not make sense that we do everything, including on their land, and they pay nothing. It's not a hard decision, a position to have. It's just like, let's work together on this. Third, that the 2005 master plan needs an update and that it's consistent with the 2004 notice of exemption and other documents. That is saying that all these documents have been reviewed and that the 2005 master plan is consistent with those documents, that be our position. This plan, this master plan of 2005, it needs editing, but it may not need to be rewritten from scratch. City staff and MPRPD staff should coordinate updating that master plan to include the existing and proposed projects from the May 6, 2025 City Council meeting that were in a list that we approved, and those include all the things we've been talking about tonight. So I have a few other positions, but I think I've probably already gone 5 minutes. So I want to turn it over to other council members. Councilmember McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor. I guess first to the city attorney, that first statement that the mayor read, just for clarity, is that you agree with that?
Can you read that statement?
The notice of exemption and other documents don't prohibit existing uses or those included in the city council motion passed on May 6, 2025.
That is correct. They don't prohibit it, but it's just a reminder that you have to look at CEQA.
Exactly.
You're going to do.
Exactly. But we go in with the position that what we're talking about isn't prohibited by any existing documents. Just a position to start with. And then they start talking about it. But I want them to know what we have agreed tonight, to be clear and expedite whatever negotiations are going to happen. You go in with your positions and maybe you change them after you hear. But we want to know what staff positions should be. That's our job tonight.
Okay. So far I'm liking what I'm hearing. I'm not hearing anything that would that I would object to. I think that it is important. I mean, I think the council has been unified in a lot of these projects. We've actually dedicated an incredible amount of money to some of them, unlike probably any other project in the history of Marina. So I can appreciate that. There is and I brought this up on the dais before, and I've been real reluctant to talk about it because, quite frankly, there hasn't been a process, and I felt like every time I've talked about it, hasn't always been met very warmly. But it has to do with the cypress at Lock Patton, a tree that I think is beautiful, that would go well with an Asian garden. I feel like we have neglected a lot of the existing cypress there. So anyway, I would like to add an item to the list that we dedicate 54 landmark cypress at lock pattern, one for every state and territory, including the Asian territories within the United States, and to ensure that those cypress are protected and dedicated as landmark trees, which can we create landmark trees on non-city owned property, or does it have to be city owned property?
I believe they can be city or private.
We did it on Beach Road, which is private.
So I would hope that we could add that just as a way to start looking at the cypress and treating them a little bit differently than we have historically. But again, I'm very much liking everything that I'm hearing from the dais in terms of the direction that we're moving in.
Okay. Now on the issue of cypress trees, the documents of NPRPD state that they are not native to Marina. So it's ironic that we hear people say, we want it to be native and we want it to be natural. Don't plant fruit trees. Don't plant anything that's not native. The park is dominated by a non-native huge tree called Monterey cypress. And some want to make those landmark trees and keep them there. Well, that's not native. The point is the whole park, every square foot will be a combination, some native, some natural, some pathways, some libraries, some parking lots. You know, it's a mix. And the Monterey cypress trees and Brian's suggestion support that it's a mix of non-native desirables and native desirables, open space and a library building.
Point of order. I think he had the floor.
Yes. Thank you for being patient. I'm sorry I interrupted you.
No, that's fine. And I'll wrap it up. I actually appreciate the dialogue, even though it's probably not helpful for time purposes. I understand there is some debate on whether Monterey cypress is native. For me, and Monterey cypress is about as native as it gets in this area. In fact, scientists will tell you that Monterey cypress used to cover this land before the Ice Age. During the Ice Age, for whatever reason, they migrated to Point Lobos area and never really repopulated naturally. Again, the scientific community really debates on what actually native species even mean. What I know is not native are fruit trees, which I still support, but definitely not native. Those are 100% not native. I think what lock pattern is dominated by, and I think we can all agree, is weeds and undesirable species that don't make for a pleasant environment. So again, that's just something that I would really like. It's something I've advocated for a long time. I felt, quite frankly, that there hasn't been a process in which to submit that idea. And I think that's some of my heartache with some of these other projects, is that they were just kind of, in my mind, done in a way that didn't encourage kind of a diversity of thought and an open process in which the community could come together and say, hey, this is what we want. But again, just my perspective. Other than that, again, I'm really liking where the discussion is going. I think that hopefully we're heading in a good direction tonight. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. All right. Mayor Pro Tem Vischer.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't know if there's such a thing as being 100% or less than 100% non-native.
I was quoting NPRP documents.
Yeah, no, but when Brian said it, those are definitely not non-native. Anyway, I think a plant is either native or not, but okay. Might be too late for me to do this. So I think, was there anything, and maybe the city attorney can say this, because I think most of what you mentioned, Mr. Mayor, is in that staff report. If we give direction to, you
It's
just
just
wanted
being
to
very clear.
Okay.
That they can hand something in writing and say, this is our position
because
on these important elements.
Okay.
Because then in the meeting tomorrow night, they will have it in writing and not just a verbal note saying from the morning.
Because I really like the staff report that lists point by point. Okay, so then I would just like to, I will keep it short now. I will just like to end by wanting to thank again people before us who had the vision to make sure that this beautiful park, that there's an open space, a very large open space in our city. People had the vision in the past to make sure that the parcels were acquired, how complicated or not, and that structures were removed. And that's why we can now have this long discussion about how we are going to use this beautiful space going forward. So thank you.
Thank you. The fourth position is on the addendum to the 1986 Thompson Sierra Club Settlement Agreement. Our position could be Sierra Club has pledged $100,000 to the Asian American Garden and offered to sign an addendum, as they have a few times in the past, to not require a full EIR for city projects on Isaacson property. Staff will coordinate with Sierra Club and MPRPD for such an addendum. We've talked about it, nothing new, but it's very clear. Councilmember Biala?
Yeah, I'm not, yeah, do I have to step out just for you to list that item, or is it okay? I just won't vote for that
I'll
particular
tell you,
item.
on that one, I think we can leave it out. I think Lane and Renee understand it very well.
Okay,
I did this, you and I went over this
Yeah.
before we
We
knew
knew, yeah.
that you'd be recusing yourself.
yes.
Okay, next position. City position on being the lead on the Isaacson property projects. There was some confusion on who is in charge of volunteer projects existing, Oak Woodland Community Garden or proposed Asian American Garden. At the MPRPD June 11th meeting, there was a request from MPRPD board members to better understand the formal role city has in the Asian American Garden, and one board member has recently asked the city manager what relation city has with the Oak Woodland Community Garden. The city formally adopts as city projects the following and will work with volunteer groups to establish appropriate agreements. Asian American Garden, Oak Woodland Community Garden, including the food forest where currently located, Martin Luther King Sculpture Garden, Children's Century Garden. Position number 8, the city position on the MPRPD legal or other concerns. Legal or other concerns that MPRPD may have regarding Lock Patton Park properties, existing projects, or proposed projects are important, and the city staff will work with MPRPD on legal remedies to these concerns. Position number 7, the city position on cypress tree maintenance on MPRPD property and city property. City would like to progress as soon as possible on tree maintenance for public safety and the health of these large trees. City has allocated $500,000 that could be used in part or total for this project. Position number 8, city position on pond vegetation management. City would like to coordinate with MPRPD to determine what the desired and allowable pond vegetation maintenance will be and the funding sources for this. Lastly, city position on remnants of the radio tower foundation on MPRPD property. City supports MPRPD's desire to remove this abandoned structure and would like to help as appropriate. So those are 9 very clear positions that I think are consistent with what we've discussed tonight. But if these 9 positions are handed to the staff tomorrow, it makes it very clear, along with the staff report that provides a lot more, support information. But these were the main points that Kathy and I thought would cover all of our uncertainties and anxieties about where this might go, where the city not to catch up to MPRPD, which has had these kinds of meetings and positions themselves. So we didn't want staff to go in tomorrow without having a clear set of positions. So that's why I bring this up. So we have a motion on the floor made by Councilmember Vischer. And now's the time for a friendly amendment that Ryan suggested. And I would like to ask a friendly amendment to add these 9 positions as I've read them to the motion. Except the one, the 8, minus the Sierra Club.
Yes. So yes.
Okay.
Be added.
And now, Brian, can you explain your 54 landmark trees again and which trees and where?
Sure. I mean, the great news is most of the trees are there. They're not well maintained. But my concept has been to identify 54 trees, one for every state in the United States, and actually assign a state for an individual tree and the 4 territories, it's like territories that we own, and dedicate them as landmark trees. And if there's not 54 that are desirable to be landmark trees, then we ensure that we plant new ones that can be grown into desirable landmark trees. But I think there are some great species at the park that would easily meet the criteria for being a landmark tree. And again, it's just a potential, it's a concept, right? It's not. One of the questions I have for council, though, if I may, is just with those 9 conditions. One thing that I think that we as a council don't do very well is try to put ourselves in the shoes of other agencies, whether it's state parks or whatever, and try to understand why sometimes our relationship is so bad. And so I would just ask the council to really think about what it might be like to be on the Parks District side of this equation and get this request. For me, I'm not so sure that I would be super thrilled. I mean, it's all in presentation, right? But it might make me a little defensive. Because at the end of the day, if I'm representing the Parks District, it's my land and I have a fiduciary duty to do with it what I think is best for the people that I represent, which is NPRPD ratepayers.
We have had a wonderful relationship with the Park District since 2006. And staff with these positions tomorrow, these are very non-confrontational. These are just stating a lot of facts. And some of them have already been in agreement with the legal attorney. There's nothing in here that's accusatory, ugly. It's very matter of fact, but it's clarity. It's just clarity. But if there's anything here that's offensive that would turn anyone off, I'm happy to adjust it.
I was happy to hear when the new board director, Jeff Markham, said that the Park District has heard your request for an Asian garden, or Asian American garden, and our board president expressed her support. That's what
His
I scored. Oh, sorry. Okay. Oh, I wrote that wrongly. Okay. So, but I was very glad to hear that, because I think, the staffs from both organizations, they're working together. I don't think there's any, how do you say that? Adversity or fight-
Animosity.
animosity. That's okay. That's the word. I really need to stop. So, but so that I don't think there's any personal issues there. But about the trees, when you say landmark trees, I see the large signs that have been posted for the landmark trees on 3rd Avenue, and I would not like to see big signs in this park. So I don't know how you envision, if you do a landmark tree, you probably want to make clear that what the tree represents. So do you envision 54 signs? So I'm a little bit concerned about the signs, but
56 territories and states.
oh, Brian said 50. Oh, well, I don't know enough. Okay.
But maybe we could add to the motion that the city and NPRVD entertain the idea.
Yes, I would like it that way.
Up
Yes,
to
yes.
56 landmark tree designations.
Okay with that?
Absolutely.
Okay,
Yeah,
so we
I
can
mean,
add that to the motion. Okay,
You added to the motion
I added. to the
and
motion.
my second holds.
Perfect.
And if I may, I'm just going to lean.
I'm sorry, let's go to Councilmember Biala. She had her light on. Sure. Then back to you.
Oh, so this is a question for you about the landmark. Can you refresh my memory about what will that do? I mean, if that's a landmark tree, but the thing next to it, the live oak next to it, doesn't have a designation of that, how do we treat these trees differently?
Yeah, or if a landmark tree is damaging an oak tree because it's towering over it and the oak tree is like, maybe that wouldn't be a good example of a landmark tree if it was hurting a
I mean, I think that's probably a question for staff, but my understanding is that, I mean, designating a tree as a landmark tree offers it some protections. It's more of a recognition that these trees are important to us as a city. And I think when you're selecting the landmark trees, I think the mayor is correct. I mean, you wouldn't choose ones that could potentially harm neighboring trees.
Well, then I really would like live oak trees because those are real natives. I mean, in the purest thinking of it. So if we're going to do landmark trees with cypress, I think we owe it to have some live oak ones.
So it's up to Brian and the
Lisa.
motion maker.
Yeah, for me, I wouldn't change my motion. I understand what you're saying. I think that, again, even the scientific community is very, is not necessarily set on what a real native is.
It's not to argue whether it is native or not, but include the live oak because we know that is a native.
What the Park District documents say, Monterey cypress is non-native to Marina and they were all planted. That's pretty non-native. but that's Park District document.
Right. And I don't care about that. If we want to have heritage trees that are cypress, but I just want to then add live oak. That's my,
I agree with you. So maybe the wording can be that the two staffs will entertain the idea of 54 landmark trees to include such species as Monterey cypress and oak trees.
If I may, I mean, the theme, the project idea was to show some unity that, you know, whether you're Guam, whether you're, you know, Arkansas, whether you're Idaho, you're kind of all in one, the same species. And so, I mean, that was kind of, you know, my concept of a theme. And so then when you break that up within the two, it's like, well, who gets, you know, why is Guam an oak, but California is a cypress, right? So, I mean, for me, that doesn't really work. This wasn't really my intention, but I understand where you're coming from.
Could we add 7 continents or so? I think Anita wants to go home now.
Yeah. She wanted to go home at 10 o'clock. Okay, Elizabeth, it's your motion.
So were you okay with what the mayor said about a mix of,
No, I would
looking
like to
into-
keep, I would like to keep.
you would like to keep the, Kathy, okay with the keeping? Okay, we'll keep it the way it was. Did you have that? Yes. So we have a motion. Yeah. wait a minute.
So I'll give you the 8 points. The only 9th point is the tree.
For both staffs to look into a project of not creating appointing, how do you say that? 54 dedicating, that's the word. 54 landmark Monterey cypress trees, non-native to Marina.
Okay. I think we're ready for a vote.
I am.
The city manager, the city clerk, are you clear on the motion? He said absolutely because he has it in writing. It helps to have it in writing,
Here is
right?
not.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, everybody. It's, I
Vote.
can't talk after we vote.
No, and we had that one issue, item from the consent agenda. Yeah, and the one about the Marina
Okay.
coastwater. Yeah.
Most of the people are going to leave. I just
Yeah.
want to say thank you and good night.
Yeah.
Okay.
But you don't have to leave. You're welcome to stay.
Okay, the vote.
Tonight we had democracy.
thank you, everyone.
All in favor, please say aye.
Uh,
Okay. All opposed, please say no. Thank you. That motion passes unanimously. All right. So we have two items that were pulled. I'm sorry? Well, remember we had a motion that we said we would go to finish this item. We finished that item. So city attorney, we can have another motion to extend. Okay, so tell us what's left for us to extend.
You have 2 items, 10F3 that you pulled and 10G1, and obviously you have still a call item.
Okay, so 10F3, let's do that. Well, no, let's do that second because Kathy has to step out for that one. So we'll do that one second. And then you said 10 G1, the reimbursement agreement. Okay, let's do that one. And that was pulled for lane 2, no. Yes, thank you, Elizabeth. Go ahead, Elizabeth.
So I pulled it because I was missing in the reimbursement agreement a deadline for Marina Coast to deliver the document.
So we'll put a deadline in there. We'll talk.
There we go.
Figure it out.
Thank you. That was all.
And I'll just say that I agree with Elizabeth that if they get something out of it and we get something out of it, we should both pay. And it would be nice that if we're
Yeah.
spending money to expedite it, that we have a deadline that we're comfortable with to fit the expedition, to fit our definition of expedited.
Yes, because if it drags out and then it might be June, and by that time we would not have to do this anyway. So,
Right.
Yeah.
And
I want to avoid that.
I'm twice burned by the delay getting rid of the downed gas station. It sits and it sits. And for 4 months, the cell tower has sat with a piece of heavy equipment
Yes.
and earth turned over upside down right next to residences. If I was at either place,
So,
I would be upset.
and I'm not sure if I can include that now, but in general, I would really like deadlines in agreements. So,
Okay.
yeah.
All right. So would you like to make a motion on that item?
Oh, yes.
Elizabeth?
I motion to, oh man, what was it? 10D1. Oh, what was it here? I move to approve a reimbursement agreement with Marina Coast Water District to cover the cost for the preparation of a water supply assessment for the city's General Plan 2045 EIR under the condition that a deadline will be included by staff.
Second? Any input before we go to a vote? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? No one. 4-0 unanimous. Thank you, everybody. And now, Kathy, I think you can go because we're going to do 10F3.
Yeah, but do I have to come back?
No, you don't.
Yeah,
You don't have to come back.
lucky you.
The call up. Was the call up approved as part of the consent agenda or is that a hearing?
That's 13C. That'll be continued to.
You know, next time you do that, don't wait 5 hours. People, 8 hours, people sitting here waiting on a call up that you not. And I will say that I am really ticked off and so are other people on the planning commission.
Should we take it tonight?
I can take it.
We can take it
We can
tonight.
take it.
I'm fine.
It was announced early on, but you must have missed that, and I'm sorry about that. It was announced. It was announced. Yes. Yes.
We can do it. I'll stay.
Yeah,
do it.
I can stay. Yes.
It's still early.
Yeah.
Okay,
Stay.
so let's go to the public hearing on shopping cart regulations. I'm just kidding. Amending the municipal code, the call up item. And who would like to present that? I'm sorry, Glenn. Thank you,
Yeah.
Allison.
Allison Hunter, Planning Manager with the City of Marina. I do not have a PowerPoint presentation, but I can just walk through the call-up staff report. Basically, City Council in March of this year requested that staff bring back a discussion item to understand better what a call-up provision might be. It's relating to an appeal that already exists in the municipal code appeal process, but it is specifically for the city council to call up any decision by the community development director or planning commission. So staff was requested to bring back several sample ordinances from other jurisdictions. Those are included in the packet. We looked at the city of Pacific Grove, city of Monterey, and city of East Palo Alto, and those were included for your review. There are pros and cons to a call up. Those are described in your staff report. One potential consequence is that the city council could intentionally or unintentionally create a scenario in which the planning commission or director lose the inherent authority vested in them through the implementation of the Marina Municipal Code. That's a big concern if the council has concerns about decisions that the director or the planning commission is making, then there are other ways to go about amending the code or amending the authority inherent. A benefit is that it could be a additional opportunity for residents or parties affected by a planning commission or director decision to communicate their concerns to the council without paying an appeal fee. So those are kind of the main pros and cons. If council directs staff to prepare a formal call-up ordinance, again, this is just a discussion item. We didn't prepare a draft ordinance as part of this. But the topics we would need to have direction on would be how many council members does it take to call up an item? There are different municipalities have different rules for that. And then what's a deadline? Would it follow the appeal deadline or is it a different deadline? If it's a deadline that follows the standard codified appeal, then that leaves a lot of open-ended lack of clarity for an applicant who's waiting for their permit appeal period to be complete. And then, the council should identify what the standards are that would apply to calling up or reviewing a decision. Those are kind of the main topics for your discussion, and staff seeks direction on whether or not the council would like to pursue a ordinance amendment.
Yes.
Yeah, just to add a little bit more information. So certainly there are variations out there, and 3, I think, different samples have been provided as part of the staff report. We'd of course make sure that whatever we ultimately, if council desires for this item to come back, and we would look to see if there were any due process issues we'd have to address in crafting that ordinance. But again, there may not be a lot of guidance out there, but whatever guidance there is, we'd want to make sure to craft it within those bounds.
All right. Thank you, Allison. Now let's go to public comment, starting with the people in the room.
Thank you. I'm sorry. I don't remember it being covered earlier because I was taking notes. Good evening. You have a letter from myself that was sent to you earlier today. You also have a letter from Richard St. John, who is on the Planning Commission.
I have not seen that.
Could you share that with them? So there is a letter sitting out there from Richard St. John, who is one of the planning commissioners, who responded yesterday and forwarded it to the city to be forwarded to you all. Regardless, I can speak to his point. In the short term, I think there are a number of things that really come down to. The call-out provisions need to have strict safeguards. If you're going to put this in place, there are 3 points that I want to make here. The first is that you're asking this to go to the Community Development Department and the Planning Commission. And unless there's clear deficiencies in the municipal code and that are proven, then why is this even coming before you? In the last 5 years, unclear needs demand clarity. Prove it's broken first. We're asking to change the municipal code on something that has been in place since the incorporation of the city. And I would like to know where the errors or abuses of discretion by the Planning Commission or the Community Development Department have actually occurred. Without specific examples of deficiencies, a call-up risks disrupting the functional system that we have here in the city and creating confusion among the different roles between the Planning Commission, the Development Department, and yourself as the City Council. Fairness requires evidence. Ultimately, our community trusts the transparency of the process. That's why we have the meetings. That's why people sit here for hours and provide comment, is because they trust that we're not going to be making arbitrary decisions, whether it's the Planning Commission, the Community Development, or the City Council. A call-up provision without strict criteria risks subjective use of the definition of significant impact. And you can see that just in the 3 examples that are included in your packet today from other cities, is that they all have very different definitions of what significant impact are. And these can be interpreted inconsistently, undermining public confidence. You have to have an appeals process. Again, in the last 5 years, when has a decision been made by either of these 2 groups that you're asking to have call-up provisions against that would have come before the City Council? Lastly, strategic leadership needs focus. Your job is to shape the future ordinances and long-term plans. The job of the Planning Commission specifically is to handle the technical details and provide those recommendations to you. That was highlighted today by yourselves when you specifically call out the Planning Commission and the city staff for providing you very detailed and comprehensive rules and regulations to adjust the administrative side of the house. So you're now asking us and saying that that may not be the case in reality. And so I will leave it at that you really need to have these clear answers have been prompted a discussion But this discussion really needs very strict controls if you're going to put this in place. Thanks.
Thank you very much.
Well, it's almost good night, or maybe good morning. Nancy Amadeo again. I have had the pleasure of sitting both on the Planning Commission for 6.5 years and on City Council for 8 years. So I've seen for both groups the value that you place in each of them. Our City Council is about policy. They set the policy, and as planning commissioners, we need to make sure that any project coming before us meets the city policy set by the council, meets all of our ordinances, zoning, specific plans, if that's part of it, as well as state law and federal law. Yeah, we're even governed by federal law. I'll talk about the Federal Communications Commission, FCC. My tongue is very tied. We have to follow all of those. And if we turn a project down, we also have to have findings so that if there is an appeal, you will see through the findings exactly what we said was wrong, where it didn't meet an ordinance, state law, federal law, where it didn't meet a specific plan or the general plan. We have to point those things out. So we give you a layer of information that you're not required to get. You're about policy. You can make a decision based on whether you like it or you don't like it and the information that staff provides to you. But we have a lot more to consider in making a decision, and our decisions generally are recommendations to you. So you're negating the recommendation, and in my mind, going forward, a little blind because a applicant has come to you and said, following the rules that whatever you would set up, I want to skip that process and come straight to you. I don't want to pay the fee. And some of them will do that. And some may not even recognize that that's an opportunity. And then you've created an unfair situation for applicants. Some of them will say, I'm going to skip the process and go right to council because I got a few council members who will give me what I want. And others will say, I'm going to bring this forward. I hope I got everything right. Staff seems to think I did. And maybe they did, and maybe they didn't. Staff brought forward a project when I was first on Planning Commission that in looking at the plans, I realized that even though the square footage of open space, private open space was there, it was in an unsafe area. It was off of bedrooms for a family apartment complex, 3rd story above the driveway. And if the balcony went out on both sides of this driveway, they were actually only 8 feet apart. That's not private open space.
Nancy, I'm sorry to interrupt you.
My time is done. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Anyone else in the room? All right, we're going to go online. I doubt we're going to have any takers. We'll give everyone a minute online to raise your hand if you'd like to speak remotely. All right, not seeing any hands remotely. We'll close public comment. And one question I glean out of Glenn's good comments are, why is this call up being proposed? And we'll get into more discussion, and I think Guido has covered this in previous meetings, but that is a question. So why is this call up provision being proposed?
When the city council adopted the recent municipal code changes pertaining to appeals and the director's discretion to elevate certain administrative actions to the planning commission, the council requested at that time that staff return with some language for consideration of adding a call-up provision. So we are doing that.
Okay, so was it to help staff call something up that they thought was compliant with existing rules, but was a really bad idea?
No, this is not for staff.
Okay.
at all. This is specifically a
Yeah.
tool for the city council to use.
All right. Are there other questions that were asked that need to be covered now? Councilmember McCarthy.
I just have comments. Is that okay?
Yes. Anything?
So first, I agree with Glenn's comment that, and staff's comment that this is something that needs to be really thought out well, and very specific safeguards need to be in place to ensure that it's not abused and used in a way that is quite frankly unfair or undesirable to the people we represent. I do think of a lot of particular issues that might warrant a call up. One, just as an example, let's just say a car dealer was coming to town and it was Tesla or whoever, right? And planning commission had said, hey, by all of the rules, the technicalities, we have to approve this. But we're the elected ones. We're the ones that have residents, I guess, to answer to. And so I think that sometimes a council can look at community values in a way that a planning commission can't. I would hope that if a call-up was adopted, that it would never be used. And if it was used, and maybe that could be part of the provision, is that it can only be used, one council member can only use their call-up card one time a year, whatever it is. Certainly the goal is to respect the planning commission, which, by the way, the city council appoints. We have the authority under state law to be the planning commission if we wanted to be, but we choose not to. We think that having a diversity of voice and appointing a planning commission is a very wise thing to do. I think that city code is very nuanced. And so while I appreciate seeing what other cities do, what's hard to understand in the greater scheme of things is that in some cities, these things might go to a city council either way, where in Marina, they might not, right? So you almost kind of have to look at the code in totality in order to really understand why a call up might be appropriate or not for a particular city. Just kind of AIing like pros and cons, right? I mean, it's pretty straightforward, but cons are is that the planning commission might think that it undermines their decision-making authority. And I totally can understand that. Again, I was on the planning commission. That, you know, sometimes there's politicization, am I saying that right, of decisions. You know, but benefits are is that elected officials can be more responsive to broad community outcries, you know, when planning commission may not feel that they can be. There might be issues overlooked by planning commission. There might be conflicts with community values, which the planning commission might say, we're not going to look at that. We're going to look strictly on its merits on a technical basis. There might be procedural mistakes. There might be new information that comes to light, right? And these are just things that the internet is telling me. But I certainly favor a call up, at least looking more into what a potential call up might look like. In fact, I've heard from some of our planning commissioners that have said to me, I wish the city council could have weighed in on this. You know, I didn't feel like I was the best person to be making these decisions. And I will also say that, you know, because I hear this a lot, that council is just policy. And I think that's a little bit, again, nuanced and a misrepresentation. No, we are a quasi judicial body. We make these judicial decisions as well as the legislative policy type decisions. So I think we're a little bit of both. Yeah. So those are just some of my comments. I would really favor having some more information on a call up.
All right. Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Vischer.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you. And thank you for the public who are still here. So I'm on the other side. I really highlighted in the staff reports, you know, that in which the planning commission or director lose the inherent authority vested in them. That's for me very important. There is an appeals process in place, so I don't see why we need to add this. Plus the potential of residents bypassing the planning commission coming straight to one of the council members or two. So for me, I don't see why we need to add this. And it was surprising to hear that it didn't come from staff, because I can't remember that we as a council asked for this. We do things that it might have been late at night. All I remember was that it was spoken about and that we had never heard of it. So we were like, what is it? And that's all I remember. But anyway, so for me, I don't see why we need to add it. So Kathy, it might be up to you.
Councilmember, thank you. Councilmember Biala.
Didn't we hear that there was a person who, a disgruntled, uh, applicant that suggested this? Because I wouldn't have suggested that. And it sounds like no one else up here.
I've certainly suggested it.
Yeah.
Oh, you did? Okay.
Yes, it was council.
Right.
Oh, okay. All right. Gotcha.
Okay,
Just the
input from the city attorney?
Yeah, just to clarify, it was part of a motion when the certain other municipal code amendments were made. So it just was added on to a motion that had been made to bring back a call-up item for discussion.
So this is why I was confused, because the last time my faulty memory remembered this was when Guido was giving justification why he wanted the community development department director to have the discretion to call up an item to the planning commission that otherwise wouldn't allow the planning commission. It would be an administrative decision. But when he saw it being out of the ordinary, he said, I'm not comfortable doing this. I think I should go to planning commission. I thought we said yes, but then it says in this staff report that we
Council
requested
gets it, yes.
staff return with some language, adding a call up provision. So that's why I was confused between call up to who. I thought it was call up to him
Yeah.
when it's calling up to us tonight. But last time it was to call up to him.
Yes.
I think it was just a phrasing. When the director wants to elevate something
To the planning.
to
To
the
the,
planning
call it up to the
commission,
planning commission.
it's more of just an.
That makes a
it's
lot of
phrasing
sense.
thing.
It's okay.
That's a
Yes.
different action than what is proposed
Yes.
under this
Okay.
call-up
Yes,
provision.
okay. So, one, I think a policy like this is so fraught with, as you have outlined, so many different challenges. And for what purpose and how often does it probably never has happened. I don't know, maybe it's happened, but yeah, I just think that we're creating a huge problem for ourselves for something that isn't going to happen. And then I do really trust the planning commission, and I trust all of you and the process, you have 7 members and they're pretty thorough, as I said earlier. And if you have any way in which to mitigate a concern or to find an alternative, I know you're going to find it. And if you can, that means maybe there's something with the applicant, not so much your process. So why would I want to enable that kind of behavior? I don't know. I'm not in favor of this actually now that, if I have to vote on it, I would say no.
Okay. Let's go to Councilmember McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor. Don't know if this changes your mind or not, but there was an item recently where some members of the public came and said, there's no way I can appeal this. It's cost prohibitive. So the reason a call up is so beneficial is that the rich are always going to be able to call up. They're always going to be able to appeal. A $5,000 appeal fee is nothing to them. So they will always get to say, Planning Commission didn't like your decision, appealing to City Council. But it's those people that can't afford that. This gives them an opportunity to, talk to their elected officials and say, hey, I can't afford a $5,000 call it a appeal fee, but I would like you to hear this. And so for me, that is huge because those with means are always going to be able to appeal anyway. And so in a big way, I think what this does is it gives some ability of those without the means to have their issue reheard by another body. And our appeal fee is high. And do you remember what that issue was, staff? It just happened recently where
In my 28 years of doing this, I've heard the appeal fee is too high and it's unfair everywhere I've worked for my whole time. So that's always going to be an issue, I'm sure, moving forward. Our appeal fee is $2,700, which is significant. I would like to point out, and maybe it is because of the fee, but maybe it isn't. Maybe it's because the Planning Commission does such a great job. We've only had 3 appeals since 2021. 2 of them are my projects. But so, that's our perspective. There is a very strong appeal process already on the books, like a couple of council members have mentioned. I personally have worked in a jurisdiction that did have some abuse of the call-up provision, and so that's just my history. I'm a little biased. But
Okay.
I also, I wanted to point out that in my last agency, there was a call-up provision. And from my perspective, it really did disenfranchise that planning commission because I literally was at a hearing for a 90-unit affordable housing project that was relatively controversial that planning commission could have approved. And 4 of the planning commissioners put on the record, well, I don't want to stay here till 1 o'clock in the morning because we know this is going to get called up by the council. So you, the council, that council didn't get the full depth of the investigation that the planning commission would have done. And I would also argue it actually creates an unfair process because people who have power in the community can bend the ear of 1 or 2 council members. And if we're talking about equity and justice in the community, not everybody has that same access and power to 2 council members. And now you've created a unfair process where the powerful can bend the ear of 2 council members, not pay the appeal fee, and they get heard, and disenfranchised members of the community don't. So that would be, I don't think that's a fair process.
And I remember what the issue was. It was the Los Animas when I think the planning commission had approved it. And, some of those members said, well, whatever, the appeal fee was high. But for me, I think that going forward for every decision that, the people that vote us into office essentially are unhappy with, now we're going to have to say, well, we had a chance to have an appeal process or a call up and we either decided to look into it or not. And, that's a little bit tough for me, but, and not for nothing, but it's related, but it kind of an aside. I've spoken a lot about how we appoint planning commissioners, and I honestly think there needs to be representatives from every district now that we're in districts. And I think that we need to have a second look at how we do that, because I'm not really sure that we're treating all of our residents equally in that sense. And a call-up provision would help alleviate that issue, at least in the short term.
Okay, thank you, Brian. We have input from our city attorney.
And just to address sort of the fairness issue, which another word for it you can think about is kind of due process in a way. Maybe if the issue is the fee, I don't know if it's a possibility, but just throwing this out there about if there was some sort of fee waiver program rather than, a whole separate process.
Okay, there's only been 3 appeals for several years. We don't know how many more there would have been if it wasn't so expensive. So if money is the problem, then we could say no tonight to a call up and we could ask staff to bring back, 6 months at their convenience, some discount procedure if it was legal. Like if you're getting the PG&E, low income rate and you show us your paperwork, then you'll get a low rate for the appeals. If you're not getting the PG&E rate, but you definitely can't afford it, there needs to be some other means. You're down on your luck. You're about to go bankrupt. You don't have $2,700. I don't know, but staff knows better than I. So if the issue is equity, low income, or low affordability, let's make it more affordable. It's not going to go to Shea Homes. It's not going to go to Marina Station. It's going to go to, mom and pop, who want a conditional use permit for some business, but they can't afford $2,700. And if the planning commission really makes a mistake and their only option is to appeal it for $2,700, they don't have $2,700. Who's being served by that rare situation? Hopefully this would be a rare situation. But anyway, that would be something that I'd like to hear other council members. Let's go to Mayor Pro Tem Vischer.
Thank you. And thank you for suggesting that, Renee, because that's what I was thinking as well. Maybe there can be a process for a discount, but I also think it should not be too cheap. because it needs to be something that people take very seriously. So I don't know what the fee is in other cities, and staff could look into that, but that's not a task then, and they already are so busy. So
I want to apologize for stealing the city attorney's idea. I didn't hear him say that.
he said it.
I
Yes.
just want to
But
apologize.
I thought it.
You thought it before he said it.
Yes, but
I want to
okay.
apologize to you, Mayor Pro Tem, for.
You didn't hear me think? Okay.
They look at the appeal fee in terms of our neighboring jurisdictions. But as you pointed out, if you lower the fee to $5, everything's going to get appealed to you. That's why you have a planning commission. If you make it too high, it's unequitable. So if that's the will of the council.
Well, we
can
trust you to find the sweet spot.
Right.
And if it's everyone and their brother, every time they make a decision appealing it, because it's $5, I mean, we won't do $5, but then we change it.
So
And it's not to add to your workload. It's when it's convenient for you. We know that your workload can't afford Lock Patton Park, and now we have that on you. So we don't want to put more stuff on you.
If you give us that direction, it'll be in a year. We are really getting stacked up.
So everybody's happy except Brian's not 100% happy. He'll be happier in a
I
year.
still want to say something.
Yes, Councilmember Biala.
I don't think it's about money. I mean, can you tell us, you said we have an appeal process already. So can you just
So
say real
Allison-
quickly?
Allison did a fabulous job. She spent months researching a lot of appeal ordinances. She clarified there were like 4 sections of the code that had different conflicting appeal stuff. That's what you guys approved in March. It made it very clear. We had confusion about calendar days versus business days. You guys cleared that up. So what she worked on is actually very fair, very clear. That's what you guys approved in March. So
Right.
that's
So
that, and that's also in line with what Nick did. Like all that Nick did today was make it easier
Clean up.
for
Yes.
residents and customers.
Yeah.
You shouldn't have to have a planning degree to be able to read our. fence
Yes, yes. Now,
It's very, but you guys fixed that tonight. So
yeah.
really, it's just that.
So what you said about in another jurisdiction, how it was abused. Well, we've lived through that whole scenario with Cal-Am. They bypassed the city council and were able to jump over. So I just want to say that I know how that feels. And if you already have a process, what are we suggesting? It's okay if somebody legitimately doesn't meet the standards. Why do we have to keep saying, well, we got to give them more chances? I mean, you're pretty thorough. We have something already in place. I don't agree with this. I'm sorry.
Okay, let's go to Councilmember McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor. I mean, I think I clearly understand that I'm on the losing side of this argument, and that's fine. But just kind of for the record, I think that that's the beauty in the call-up provision, is that it puts that responsibility in the hands of the council member versus lowering the fee, where, then it's just any resident that wants to, appeal. Of course, if they have the means, they're going to appeal anyway. I think that if you carefully craft a call up and say, you can only use it once, and hopefully you use it never, right? I often think about, and I talk about being on the other side of the fence a lot, what it's like to be a resident, right? That goes to the planning commission and gets a decision that maybe they don't think is appropriate and don't have the means to appeal, what that kind of feels like. And then I guess the last thing I'll say is just kind of reiterating this desire to really think about how we appoint our planning commission. The city of Monterey just released a pretty robust staff report. I don't know if you had a chance to see it. They were looking at how they appoint boards and commissions. And, so for example, they also have a mayor and vice mayor that do the appointments, but it's a very public process. It's a public meeting, it's televised, people can ask questions. Not as transparent for me as I would like for it to be in the city of Marina. And
You
not-
might be off topic. I'm not sure.
Okay. And not as representative, but, please, we're having a meeting here. That's not appropriate.
Was your meeting agendized? Publicly noticed?
Well, we don't need anything from the peanut gallery. You know how that was like when you were sitting on this side of the dais, so let's just be respectful. All right. So anyway, yeah, I guess that's just kind of where I'm at. But again, understand that I'm on the losing side of this and that's okay. But don't think that I won't mention it every time the public comes to us and says, hey, why can't this be called up? I don't have the means, well, we had this opportunity to do it and we chose not to.
I hope we can tell them. If you don't have the means, there's a process to get a discount.
Would be great too. I would support that.
All right, Mayor Pro Tem Fisher?
Just one more thing, because speaking about equity, if you say each council member will have one chance, then it's first come, first served. And then if the second person comes to me like, sorry, I already helped somebody else. So I don't think that's a good process. Anyway, I like to have the last word.
I'll make a motion that staff come back when convenient with some options of discount appeal fees.
Oh, is it
Before you go on,
Yeah.
let's get a second, then we'll take discussion.
Second.
Yeah, I don't know. Okay, because I didn't know if we need.
We don't?
If it's possible to look, that staff will look at appeal fees with our neighboring jurisdictions and provide additional research just to make it.
That's even more detailed. It doesn't need to be that. You do what you want as far as coming back to us when and how.
Can I make an amendment that if for some reason staff says that it is illegal or not legally possible, that we haven't totally killed the call up, although it sounds like there's not going to be support for it. But I don't want to say that. I mean, to me, that makes a big difference, right? And I don't know if it does for other members of the council.
Right.
But
So if they look into it and find it's not legal, they'll come back to us and say, we can't do it.
Yeah.
But at least they looked into it. So please come back to us with options. And if you can't find any options, let us know. All right. If it passes, it may not pass. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Kathy?
No.
All right. Thank you, everyone. That motion passes with Councilmember Ayala in opposition for well-justified reasons. She's tired. She didn't understand what we were talking about. Thank you, everyone. We are adjourned. Oh, we are not adjourned. Oh, yeah. Okay, Kathy Biala is going to recuse herself. And good night, Kathy. Rest well.
Oh, that's smart. I was hoping you would because.
don't hit any shopping carts on your way out.
Not till next time, August. Okay, thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Kathy. All right. Who would like to introduce this item?
I just want to be mindful of the fact that the composition of the council has changed since earlier today without revealing anything that might have been discussed in closed session. So I just want to be mindful of that, and you can certainly have the option of tabling this if you wanted. So that's also there.
So my question is, if we don't table it and we send it out to external legal staff, are we good? Because I want to respect Jenny, who's not feeling well. So even though we could ramrod something, not good. So Brian, why don't you take over here?
So I'd like to make a motion that we reject the conflict of interest waiver and seek third-party attorneys for the matter referenced in the agenda.
Second. And I'd like to, for Fred's sake and anyone online, Sierra Club has offered a piece of paper that would reduce the requirement for environmental planning at Lock Padden Park for certain projects like the Asian American Garden. Still have to go through CEQA, but it may not require a full EIR with this piece of paper. It may still require an EIR, but the paper would just say that it's not required. If it's not justified, you don't have to do an EIR. And the question is, what legal staff do we use to process that paper? Or can you better explain it than that?
Yes, my firm represents the Sierra Club in unrelated matters, and so therefore, in order to move forward, this council would have to consent to, would waive any potential conflict as well as consent to concurrent representation of both the Sierra Club and the city.
And so we're deciding, instead of exempting our current city attorney, who on paper has a conflict of interest that we don't think it really is one, if that's what we would waive that. But we're about to vote on the motion, which is don't waive that. Don't use our city attorney. Use another attorney that's not involved in any way with the Sierra Club to produce this piece of paper. So that's the motion, more or less. Do you need to restate it, Shep, or? Okay. Final comment before we move to a motion, anything? Oh, yes, public comment. Okay, no public comment in the room. Any public comment from Katie or KV or Zoom user guest? Online folks, we'll give you a moment to raise your hand if you have any comment. Okay, we'll close public comment and we'll go to our city manager, Lane Long.
Make it clear, you said that our city attorney has a conflict of interest. It really is his firm, yet it's not Renee personally.
Yes, just to clarify, so conflict of interest rules treat us as, the same,
One unit.
whether one unit, so.
You might have 50 lawyers, but you're
Correct.
all, if one of you is on something,
we
you're
have
all on that
50 lawyers, yes.
for that purpose. Okay.
And just to be clear, it's a potential conflict. There isn't a conflict.
Councilmember McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor. And maybe just for the record, I mean, making the motion, I'm not concerned about any specific conflict, but I think that we're going to be paying attorney's fees no matter what. Why not just make it clean? If there's the potential for a conflict, especially on something that's so controversial and has gotten a lot of attention, why not just get another attorney there? So really, for Renee's benefit, it's not that I'm calling out a specific concern about a conflict, because I'm not, but I think the potential is there, and to make it clean, that's why I'm making a motion that we don't sign the waiver.
And since Brian brought it up, I'm only deferring to Brian on this. It's not because I really agree. I think we're going to spend more money getting a new attorney up to speed. I don't think it's controversial. We just had a 4-0 vote. Could be a lot controversial than 4-0 on the big picture. So it would have been my preference otherwise, but I defer to Brian on this. Councilmember or Mayor Pro Tem Fisher?
So, thank you, Mayor. I agree with you, but I also like how we will respect our
Colleagues.
discussion. Yes. So. that's
Not a
why-
big deal either way.
Yes.
But there are two different, ways to look at it. Okay. All in favor, please say aye. Did we do that? Please say aye.
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 Motion passes 3-0. Can we adjourn it? Okay. Didn't want to make another mistake. So we are adjourned. Thank you, Randy, Belinda, Shep, for being the last of the Mohicans. Fred, you represent 23,000 people. Thank you for staying. All right. Good night, Fred.